Chapter 1422. The moon was like a silver plate, and the sky was filled with stars. By the time Xiao Yin and his group left the auction house, more than a few hours had passed. Shuyang City, which was bustling during the day, was a little empty at this time. Even so, many lights could still be seen in the city, and some streets were still bustling as usual. Xiao Yin stood under the cunning moonlight, looking at the countless stars above his head, and hesitated for a long time. He did not expect that even with the joint efforts of Ouyang Miao and the Anan clan, the thousand-sealing ruler would still fall into Zhao Jin's hands. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was indeed a terrifying number. Are you still thinking about what happened just now? Ouyang Miao walked up from behind and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder to comfort him. The latter shook his head and smiled bitterly. What could he do now? The thousand-sealing ruler was already in Zhao Jin's pocket. He could not snatch it away. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. Why don't we go and intercept him? We have more people, and with Fan Jian we might be able to snatch it away. Ouyang Miao's eyes flashed as he stared at Xiao Yan. Fan Jian raised his eyebrows and looked at Ouyang Miao with a strange expression. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "This is my own business. Even if I want to take action, I should be the one to do it. Besides, you are from the Ouyang clan. If you take action against Zhao Jin here, the situation will be disadvantageous to you. Let's not do it. What should we do now?" Ouyang Miao nodded slightly and then said softly, "Let's go back. There is no need to stay here any longer. Brother Ouyang, are you willing to go to the Xiao clan with me?" Xiao Yin hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Ouyang Miao. Ouyang Miao was slightly stunned. He paused for a moment and then shook his head and laughed. "I think it's better to forget about it. The three major clans have their own conflicts. Even with you leading the way, the elders of the Xiao clan will never allow me to enter the Xiao clan. Moreover, this will only bring you trouble. Since you are going back to the clan, I should return as well. If there's a chance, let's meet again." Saying this, Xiao Yan cupped his fists towards Xiao Yan and the others in front of him. Xiao Yan and the others smiled back. Then, under the moonlight, the two turned around and walked towards the other end of the street. When the two had walked for nearly 100 feet, Xiao Yan suddenly shouted from behind. "Brother Ouyang, what you said before was also a test. If I asked you to attack me for my own selfish desires, how would you treat me?" In the distance, Ouyang Miao's figure suddenly stopped and turned around. No one could see his face at this moment. "Brother Xiao, you only need to remember that from today onwards, you and I are as close as brothers. If the Xiao clan is unable to keep you, I will not go back on my words." Ouyang Miao ceased hesitating after his words sounded. He moved his body and swiftly disappeared from the end of the street with Fan Jian beside him. Xiao Yan stood quietly in the same spot. Anan by his side was stunned at this moment. Anyone with eyes would be able to understand the meaning behind Ouyang Miao's words. He did not expect that the person in front of him was someone who even the Ouyang clan thought so highly of. Today's trip could be said to have been worth it. After sending off Ouyang Miao, Xiao Yan's group quickly parted ways with the Yin clan. Although the latter wanted to invite Xiao Yan to their residence as a guest, Xiao Yan knew that Xiao Xian was definitely still waiting for news from them. Hence, he rejected the invitation. When the three of them arrived at the arched door in front of the Xiao clan, they unexpectedly met Xiao Tian, who had also rushed back. When the two of them met, their expressions were naturally ugly. However, just as Xiao Tian took a step into the arched door, his voice was unhurriedly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. "I advise you to be mentally prepared." Xiao Yan and Bai Hua looked at each other when they heard this. They frowned in surprise but did not think any further. They quickly passed through the arched door and hurried back to their residence. When the few of them returned to the pavilion, Xiao Xian was indeed still waiting for them in the hall. Xiao Xian immediately revealed a smile when he saw Xiao Yan's group return. He stood up and welcomed them. "How was the result?" "It can be considered smooth." Xiao Yan smiled. After the few of them had taken their seats, he roughly explained everything that had happened during the day. Xiao Xian nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Although it was not difficult for him to hear some danger from Xiao Yan's words, it was fortunate that they had returned safely and successfully. They had even brought back the Meru grass. This caused him to feel extremely joyous in his heart. It's good that everything is fine. It is unexpected that the God Seal skill that shook the Gu clan back then would actually reappear on this continent. Moreover, its strength is even greater than before. It is also a great blessing for you to be able to obtain it. You must hold on to it properly. As for that Do technique, there are always gains and losses in everything. Since you are unable to obtain it, just let it be. There is no need to mind it. Xiao Xian placed the teacup in his hand down and smiled as he spoke. Xiao Yan nodded. After which, he mentioned that he had met the Union Pavilion in Shuyang City. Even until now, he still did not understand why the Union Pavilion was able to have a place under the rule of the Xiao clan if the Ouyang clan, which was also one of the three great clans, was so cautious when it came to ordinary visitors. The Union Pavilion is a clan faction that was established by the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Given the position of the Heavenly Cloud Villa on the continent, under normal circumstances, the Xiao clan would definitely not allow them to place a faction under their rule. However, you should also know that the Heavenly Cloud Villa possesses the richest formation master resources in the entire continent. Regardless of whether it is an array disc-related ancient scrolls, or even some unique secret techniques, as long as they have these things as the price, there will naturally be no one who will stop them. On the contrary, the Union Pavilion's faction will be protected by the Xiao clan to a certain extent. Even the Zhao clan that you met today would not be able to easily touch them. Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. Xiao Xian smiled and continued. This does not only include the Union Pavilion but also some other factions. If they wish to take root in the territory of the Xiao clan, they must pay a corresponding price. Moreover, this is not only limited to the Xiao clan. The three great clans, the two great sects, and even the Pill Tower will do the same. Their goal is to absorb the advantages of other factions and continuously strengthen themselves in order to maintain their superior position. As for other things, you will have to discover and experience them yourself. Xiao Yan could not help but inhale a deep breath after hearing this. Although he had once established a faction on the Douqi continent, he had never come into contact with such matters. Now that he heard Xiao Xian's words, he finally understood that there were actually so many complicated relationships between these so-called super factions. Chapter 1423. The night sky was like a black curtain that enveloped the entire Xiao clan. The bright moonlight shone through the thin layer of clouds, making the city seem as bright as day. Xiao Yan was seated on his bed with his eyes closed in his room. Moonlight shone into the room from outside the window, spreading out and lighting up the room. A substance-like energy lingered around Xiao Yan's nose. After which, it followed his breathing and entered his body. After a couple of refinements, it finally turned into waves of pure Genesis Qi that flowed into the vortex space. A long while later, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were slowly opened. He sensed the muscles all over his body emitting waves of joy due to the abundant strength. He could not help but smile. Although he had experienced an entire day of being outside, the current him did not have the slightest intention of being tired. On the contrary, after this short training, his entire spirit had become even more abundant. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He flipped his palm and a jade box immediately appeared in his hand. He opened it and a mottled medicinal pill was quietly lying within. This medicinal pill was naturally the greatest gain he had obtained from the auction today, the Tier 8 Creation Pill. Although this pill was a failed product, judging from its appearance, this pill still maintained its original form. Even a portion of its medicinal power was still intact. As long as he could sort it out, he believed that with his current methods, it would not be difficult to restore the Pill of Fortune's formula. He gently lifted his hand and aimed his palm at the medicinal pill. With a gentle shake, a suction force gushed out. Soon after, he threw the Revival Fate pill into the air. With a thought, the majestic spiritual strength between his eyebrows immediately gushed out. It transformed into many thin, invisible threads that slowly approached the medicinal pill in front of him. To understand its mechanism, he naturally had to delve deep into the pill. Although doing so would affect the pill, there was naturally no need to worry since it was a damaged pill. This, however, just as Xiao Yan controlled his spirit force to slowly approach the creation pill, he suddenly discovered that there were several tiny holes on the pill's surface that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. It was obvious that someone had already probed the insides of the pill before him. Realizing this point, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. Since someone had already bid for this medicinal pill, the most likely result of choosing to auction it was that that person did not obtain any valuable information from it. Putting it this way, this creation pill did not have any value. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank. The spirit force that was slowly approaching the pill involuntarily paused. Since he already knew that he would not be able to obtain any results, was there any need to continue probing? But if, just as he was about to give up, Xiao Yan immediately felt a wave of unwillingness in his heart when he thought of the 7 level 7 pills that he had paid for this pill. Although the previous owner of this creation pill had already tried, the former spirit force was not as good as his. Even if that was the case, it was not impossible for him to find out what the other person had failed to discover. Even if he could not obtain any conclusions in the end, he still had to give it a try. After making up his mind, Xiao Yan once again relaxed. He took a deep breath, held his breath and concentrated. Once again, he controlled the few strands of spirit force and slowly made contact with the surface of the creation pill. The thin strands of spirit force approached the surface of the pill at an extremely slow speed. Then they gently caressed the surface of the pill. Like an earthworm, they slowly climbed along the surface of the pill until they reached a certain spot. Xiao Yan felt that the medicinal power there was more concentrated. Only then did he control the strands of spirit force and carefully insert them into the pill. Under Xiao Yan's intentional control, the entire process was extremely slow. Other than being worried that he would not obtain the results he wanted, Xiao Yan was also afraid that the slightest movement would affect the unstable medicinal power of the pill itself. Once the remaining medicinal power was also affected, all of his efforts would be in vain. Time flowed by bit by bit. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually became solemn without him realizing it. The spiritual strength that had infiltrated into the medicinal pill had finally come into contact with the core of the medicinal pill. The final result was about to surface. Inside the room, the air was silent. A huge amount of spirit force revolved around Xiao Yan's body. Both of his eyes stared at the pill in front of him. Just a little bit more and success or failure would be within reach. After dozens of breaths, Xiao Yan, whose eyes were wide open, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were tightly shut and his teeth were tightly clenched. His face was filled with disappointment. Sigh. Even though he was extremely careful, the final result of his investigation of this medicinal pill was just as he had expected. The medicinal properties within it were a mess, and the medicinal strength was weak. It was impossible to separate and sort it out. Now this medicinal pill could truly be considered as a worthless waste pill. Thinking back to everything that happened in the auction house today, even the most valuable pill, the creation pill, had left him disappointed. At this moment, it seemed that today's trip was really not very fruitful. At this moment there was a sudden knock on the door. Soon after, Bai Hua's voice sounded in the room. Xiao Yan greeted her and the latter pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Xiao Yan's disappointed expression, Bai Hua did not seem to be surprised. She only smiled and went forward to ask, "What was the result?" Xiao Yan shook his head and casually waved the pill in his hand. He helplessly said, "It has no value at all. Throughout the entire process, the only thing I discovered was that the person who concocted this medicinal pill had originally intended to concoct it to the level of a 9th-rank medicinal pill. However, an accident happened midway and destroyed the medicinal pill. Other than that, I gained nothing." Bai Hua extended her hand and Xiao Yan casually threw it over. The latter caught it and held the pill in her palm. She closed her eyes and with a thought, a strange milky white energy flowed along her arm and gathered in her palm. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's disappointed face could not help but reveal a hopeful expression. He had almost forgotten that Bai Hua's original body was a pill. Compared to him, this creation pill could be considered to be of the same race. The latter's understanding of pills was naturally better than his. However, after a long while, Bai Hua opened her mouth again. The words she spat out caused Xiao Yan to instantly feel discouraged. "That's right. The medicinal strength is thin and the medicinal properties are in a mess. This is indeed an incomplete pill." Bai Hua smiled. Xiao Yan was immediately speechless. The result was already known. Why should she go through so much trouble to test it again? However, immediately after, Bai Hua continued, "Although the medicinal properties of the pill itself are in a mess, fortunately, its essence has not changed. The creation pill is still the creation pill. There's a way." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "I don't dare to say that it will be restored to its original state. However, it can dissolve the medicinal properties of the pill itself and allow it to have a certain effect of the creation pill." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes immediately shot out a bright light. He stared at Bai Hua with a fervent gaze and said with a slightly excited smile, "That's enough. Even if it's not a complete pill, as long as we can analyze its medicinal properties and restore the pill formula, it won't be a difficult matter." After speaking, Bai Hua extended a finger and drew a line with her thumb. A drop of dark red blood with a tinge of gold shot out. Under Bai Hua's control, it landed on the surface of the creation pill. After which, it followed the small holes on the surface and gradually merged into the pill. Under Xiao Yan's hopeful gaze, in a short few breaths, the drop of blood had completely merged into the pill. Immediately after, a rich pill fragrance suddenly spread out from the pill and formed a layer of mist. It even faintly showed signs of taking shape. "It's done." Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy. Indeed, he could feel that the medicinal strength within the pill was rapidly increasing. The extremely messy medicinal properties within were also gradually separating. In fact, there was an astonishing energy that was rapidly increasing within the pill. So much so that the surface of the pill actually started to squirm in a frightening and strange manner. Chapter 1424. In the room shrouded in moonlight, Xiao Yin stared at the spinning pill in front of him in pleasant surprise. As he sensed the gradually dense medicinal effects, the smile on his face could not help but widen. Bai Hua also stared at the pill in front of her with narrowed eyes. She faintly sensed that something was wrong. Be careful. The energy within the pill is rapidly increasing. Something is wrong. Xiao Yin reminded in a deep voice. Only then did he suddenly notice that although the medicinal pill in front of him had indeed recovered quite a lot of its medicinal strength and the medicinal properties within it had basically been neutralized, the strength agglomerated within it was still wildly growing at this moment. The surface of the medicinal pill had also begun to wiggle in an unusual manner. Suddenly, the energy of the world around the two of them began to tremble uncontrollably. Waves of energy rapidly condensed, turning into a few pillars of energy that were devoured by the pill in front of them. At that moment, the situation in the room had completely changed. What's going on? Their expressions changed. They looked at each other and retreated decisively. Soon after, they cautiously stared at the pill that was rapidly expanding under the influence of the energy of the world. Their faces gradually turned grave. On the other side, Xiao Xian, who was seated with his eyes shut, was also woken up by this sudden commotion. He frowned slightly as he glanced at Xiao Yan's room. His body flashed and appeared in the room. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced on his face when he saw the situation in front of him. What is this? The nature pill. I never thought that it would turn out like this. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. The gazes of the three of them looked at the medicinal pill in the arena. At this moment, the latter was wildly gathering the natural energy. A powerful energy storm was gathering within this narrow space. Wave after wave of frightening energy waves repeatedly spread in all directions. The bed, along with everything around it, was shattered. The energy aura in the middle of the storm continued to rise wildly until it transformed into a long roar that shot to the sky at a certain moment. Xiao Yan's expression changed. A hoarse shout suddenly rang out like an ear-piercing ghost howl. Invisible sound waves instantly swept out, turning into an invisible gust of wind that shot out in all directions. Xiao Yan and the other two immediately released their majestic auras without hesitation, blocking the gust of wind. As the wind dispersed, the gazes of the three people once again converged on the medicinal pill. Their expressions immediately changed. At that moment, the creation pill had already transformed into a human form. However, compared to the transformation of an ordinary medicinal pill, the latter's body was abnormally distorted. The skin all over his body looked as if it was twisted into a ball. Only half of his face was normal while the other half was like a magical beast. His scarlet eyes revealed a wild expression. Compared to his human form, the current him was more like a human-shaped magical beast. Its scarlet eyes slowly fell on Xiao Yan and the other two people in front of it. With a sweep of its gaze, it locked onto Bai Hua, who was among the three people. This human being of the same clan as it. It seemed to become its first prey. Roar. The monster let out a low roar. Its hands, which were wider than an ordinary person's, suddenly clenched into fists. Its body shook and the space around it immediately shattered. In the next instant, its figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Hua. It raised its arm high and punched at the latter. The overbearing fist brought along an intense gust of wind. In addition to the majestic energy that covered it, the power of this punch caused the space to instantly collapse. Everywhere it passed, a distorted concave arc appeared in the already collapsed space. The power of this punch could be said to be terrifying. Clang. Immediately after, just as the monster's punch was about to land on Bai Hua's body, a black figure suddenly flashed in front of her. It used its hard steel body to block the monster's punch. Bang! In the instant that Bai Hua's figure flashed, the black shadow in front of her was abruptly sent flying. Its body destroyed a small portion of the loft before heavily smashing into the courtyard. A huge crater immediately appeared. Bai Hua focused her gaze and saw that the black figure was the North King. At this moment, after the North King took the monster's heavy punch, a few inches deep dent appeared on his indestructible body. His entire chest was almost stuck to his back. Even his sturdy back was bulging. A huge crack appeared on his body, almost tearing it apart. What a terrifying power! Bai Hua was secretly shocked. If he had been the one to receive that punch, she would have lost her life on the spot. Back off. At this moment, Xiao Yan's shout suddenly rang out. Bai Hua immediately returned to her senses. When she lifted her head, the monster's scarlet eyes swept over her once again. It raised its head and roared angrily. Its body shook and the energy in its body raged. The already shattered loft shook even more. Bai Hua quickly retreated and glanced at Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers linked together and a set of complicated seals was quickly formed. A ball of flame quickly revolved in the air in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a ring of fire. At the same time, a ring of fire instantly condensed around the monster's body. Melting pill ring. Bai Hua's eyes narrowed. The monster once again charged towards her angrily. While she was shocked, the monster had already appeared in front of her. With her current strength, it would be difficult for her to block it. In the next instant, Xiao Yan on the other side suddenly let out an explosive cry just as the monster's fist was about to smash down. The fire ring that was surrounding the monster's body was immediately withdrawn. The fist that was smashing down heavily also suddenly stilled at this moment. Buzz! An invisible shockwave spread out and half of the pavilion completely collapsed. Fortunately, Lianer's place was unscathed. That girl should still be asleep at this moment. Retract. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth. Boundless spiritual strength controlled the ring of fire and gradually compressed it. At the same time, the monster's huge body gradually trembled and retracted as the ring of fire shrank. After a dozen breaths, it returned to its original state. By the side of the medicinal pill, Bai Hua recovered with her body covered in cold sweat. She let out a long sigh of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She glanced at Xiao Yan, smiled bitterly and lifted her leg to walk forward. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan, who was about to keep the pill, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. Careful. The pill-melting ring that had condensed on the surface of the medicinal pill suddenly exploded at the same time. The surging energy that had been forcefully suppressed within it also suddenly exploded at this moment. Bai Hua, who was the closest to it, was the first to bear the brunt of it. This wave of energy did not hold back at all as it heavily slammed into her body. Her entire body was instantly sent flying. Like the Northern King, she crashed into the ground and was buried deep within. Her aura also instantly dropped to its lowest point. The body of the monster once again agglomerated in the original spot. After the surging energy was condensed, the aura of its body also seemed to have become even stronger. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be even more shocked was that the transforming pill ring, which was formed from the heavenly flame, and used to suppress the medicinal pill, had completely shattered at this moment. The flame on it actually adhered to the surface of the monster's body. Not only did it not have any burning effect, but it actually merged with the monster's body and became a part of it. An astonishing change occurred once again. Chapter 1425. Roar. In the air, the monster that was formed from the revival pill let out a furious roar. The flame that covered its body also soared. Its body suddenly shook and waves of colorful majestic energy immediately gushed out from its body. With a wave of its large hand, an enormous energy light pillar suddenly shot out and shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He clenched his hand in the air, and the pitch-black heavy buster sword immediately appeared. He suddenly swung it, and a beam of light immediately shot out, blocking the beam of energy that shot towards him. In the next moment, the monster's body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Its large hand grasped the body of the buster sword, while its other hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Xiao Yan's head. The revival pill ring from before seemed to have made the monster rather concerned. Its target was Xiao Yan, and the murderous intent in its scarlet eyes was self-evident. Chi. Just as the monster's fist was about to land, Xiao Yan, who was beside Xiao Yan, put 2 fingers together and swung his sword. An incomparably sharp sword chi immediately shot out from the invisible space. The wind moved with the wind and turned into a sword. With astonishing momentum, it severed the monster's wrist in a single strike, and the fist that was about to land heavily shattered in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Yan took advantage of the opportunity to attack. The heavy buster sword heavily pressed down, landing on the monster's shoulder. As he twisted his body, he viciously kicked the monster's chest, forcing it to retreat. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian swiftly exchanged glances with each other after defeating the monster. They could see a grave expression in each other's eyes. From the looks of the current situation, the strength of this monster was likely comparable to a high-tier Source Zone expert. Regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength, it was not inferior to them. If they were careless and underestimated the enemy, they would inevitably suffer a serious injury. Tsk. Soon after, the monster's hand, which had been cut off by Xiao Xian, began to swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye under the urging of waves of enormous energy in front of Xiao Yan's duo's shocked eyes. The bloodthirsty killing intent within its pair of scarlet eyes had also become denser. A deafening roar rang out once again. Xiao Yan took a deep breath as his gaze quickly swept across the huge pit below. After confirming that Bai Hua was fine for the time being with a thought, the Northern King's body burst out once again, flying into the air. The three of them faced the monster at the same time. At this moment, the Northern King was relying on the power of lightning within its body. Although most of the wounds and depressions on its body had healed, a large number of shocking injuries could still be seen. Just a punch was enough to injure the Northern King to such an extent. This monster's strength was truly terrifying. Xiao Yan even, Xiao Xianzhao's face. Although he was not afraid of this bastard, there was nothing they could do if this continued. Moreover, they were currently in the Xiao clan. Once this bastard left the vicinity of this courtyard, it would cause a commotion within the Xiao clan. At that time, the faction led by Xiao Jinghong and the rest would definitely use this as an excuse to pester them. At that time, even with the clan leader and first elder backing them, they would not be able to protect them. It is not that we are unable to deal with him. However, the energy within his body is far too great. In order for the pill transformation ring to completely control him, we must first suppress his intelligence. However, before that, we must first suppress his strength. Otherwise, we will not be able to control him. Xiao Yan shook his head when he heard this. The strength of this monster in front of him might be extraordinary, but from the way he saw it, it was ultimately a medicinal pill that had failed to be refined. Although it had undergone a mutation because of his actions today, the transforming pill ring still possessed a suppressive effect on it. This was something that could be seen from how he had successfully refined it into a medicinal pill earlier. The most troublesome thing was that the strength contained within this beast's body was far too great. Given Xiao Yan's current strength, he was unable to successfully subdue it within a short period of time by relying on the transforming pill ring. The only way was to use a violent method to forcefully suppress it until the transforming pill ring completely subdued its body. It was because of this that Xiao Yan had once again summoned the seriously injured Northern King. Since that is the case, you will temporarily stall him. I will suppress him later, and you will use the pill transformation ring to subdue his body. There was no time to think. Xiao Xian quickly instructed. Then he flipped his palm and took out a few array discs from his storage ring. With a wave of his sleeve, several streams of light shot out and were arranged in various parts of the airspace. They completely sealed off the area where the three people and the monster were. With a thought, several dazzling golden lights instantly shot out from the array discs, and golden runes immediately spread out. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was slightly startled when he saw this skill. Soon after, he involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. A smile surfaced on his face. He had nearly forgotten that this ancestor of his was a true formation master. With such a skill, it was likely not difficult to suppress this beast. Xiao Yan smiled confidently as he glanced at the Northern King. Soon after, he cast his gaze towards the monster at the center of the formation and laughed. Next, let me deal with you. Northern King, let's go. Xiao Yan's body moved. At the same time that the cry from his mouth sounded, an ice-cold cry was emitted from the throat of the Northern King. The two figures immediately turned into rays of light that swiftly charged toward the monster. A low roar suddenly resounded through the void. The monster seemed to have noticed the situation on the field. Its scarlet eyes uneasily swept across the array discs in the field. Its body shook violently, and its arms waved in unison. Its hands instantly squirmed strangely, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into two slender sharp blades like awls. Its wide feet stomped heavily on the void and its body shot out explosively. It waved its arms and slashed towards Xiao Yan, who was charging towards it. Clang! Xiao Yan raised the huge ruler high above his head, and then smashed it down heavily. Under the cover of the heavenly flame, the power of this blow was even more astonishing. However, the monster was not afraid at all. It waved its right arm and fiercely collided with the huge ruler. When the two collided, sparks flew. The huge ruler left a shallow dent on the cold awl. At the same time, the monster blocked the incomparably heavy ruler, and its other arm pierced forward, aiming straight for Xiao Yan's chest. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's face turned cold. He let out a cold snort, and a golden light immediately enveloped his body. His left hand quickly released the dark heavy ruler, and he clenched it tightly into a fist. Under the golden light, his body rapidly expanded, and the power that covered his left fist also rapidly increased. With Xiao Yan's current cultivation, he used the giant elephant technique again in the blink of an eye. This power was even greater than before. Bang! A punch was thrown. Not only did the huge fist explode the monster's left arm, even the remaining power smashed onto the monster's body. With this punch, it was violently sent flying. After the golden body disappeared, Xiao Yan looked at his completely red left hand, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. The monster's body could be said to be extremely tough. With this punch, not only his palm but even his entire arm felt numb. On the contrary, looking at that fellow, after receiving a complete punch from Xiao Yan, other than one of his arms being destroyed, his entire body appeared to be a little deformed compared to before. However, the thing that caused the most worry was that his left arm, which had been blasted apart, had actually once again grown out at this moment. As expected, as long as this bastard has enough energy, its destroyed body will continue to grow out. Seeing this scene, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he could not help but feel a headache. This bastard was indeed frighteningly strong. If he was unable to completely suppress it, it was likely that it would become increasingly difficult to control in the future. He glanced at the eastern horizon, where the land was gradually turning white. The stars that filled the sky had already quietly disappeared. Once the sun had completely risen, the scene here would be unreservedly displayed under the light of day. At that time they would no longer have the opportunity to refute. Chapter 1426. We can't go on like this. Xiao Yan's gaze swiftly swept over the formation that was still being formed around him. He knit his brows tightly and clenched his teeth. Currently, Xiao Xian's formation had yet to be formed, but there was not much time left. Additionally, this beast had a shocking recovery ability. If this continued, it would require a large amount of time to suppress this beast even if the formation was formed. It was likely that it would be too late. Just as this thought was lingering in Xiao Yan's heart, the monster on the other side once again let out a roar. Its left arm, which had been destroyed a moment ago, had actually recovered at this moment. It twisted its body and emitted a wave of sharp roars toward the spot where Xiao Yan was. Immediately, its entire body charged forward, appearing just like a rhinoceros as it violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly grave as he stared intently at the charging monster. It was only when the distance between them was less than 10 feet that Xiao Yan finally made up his mind. With a wave of his hand, the North King's figure immediately charged forward. He tightly grasped the heavy Shen ruler with both hands, and with a thought, raging flames instantly enveloped it. Since I can't destroy you, I'll make sure you have no chance to recover. Torrential Genesis Chi continuously converged on the giant ruler, and a terrifying aura gradually spread from it. In the night, several gazes looked towards Xiao Yan. When they sensed the astonishing power contained within the giant ruler, astonishment involuntarily flashed across their eyes. 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Xiao Yan slowly spat out these words, and a trembling sound echoed across the world. It was as if the world itself was resonating with his words. The light of the array beneath his feet grew brighter and brighter. The surrounding pillars of light connected with each other and converged above the center of the array to form an even more complicated and huge rune. A terrifying and prosperous pressure gradually spread out. As the formation was about to be completed, the battle abruptly began. Boom. After a couple of exchanges, the Northern King's tough body was finally violently sent flying by this monster. This time around, the Northern King did not step forward. At the same time, the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand, which was covered by a fierce flame, was suddenly swung. One ruler. The majestic ruler that seemed to want to split the heavens and the earth lay in between. Wherever it passed, the formless void collapsed. The light of the blazing flames lit up this part of the world. Dozens of eyes in the darkness in the distance also reflected a blazing light. Brr. The monster let out a furious roar. Both of its hands clenched together and strangely merged into one, forming a strangely shaped black broadsword. Surging energy gathered on it, and its powerful aura caused the space to tremble. Soon after, it slashed down with all its might, pouring down in torrents as if it could split the heavens and split the earth. Soon after, it collided violently with the shocking ruler. Bzzz. A trembling sound rang out, and the dazzling light disappeared in the blink of an eye. The collision on the field only lasted for an instant, and in the next moment, it turned into an earth-shattering wave of energy. With the point of collision as the center, it violently swept out. Formation activate. At this moment Xiao Xian suddenly let out a stern cry. Golden light suddenly appeared around the formation, and many golden light pillars connected with each other. A solid formation barrier was formed in the blink of an eye, blocking all the energy that was sweeping out. At the same time, the formation above the monster's head finally released an enormous golden light pillar under Xiao Xian's control. It enveloped the monster and sealed its surroundings. An extremely terrifying pressure also landed on the monster's head. With the suppression of this force, the beast's strength was reduced by more than half. Xiao Yan, it's up to you. Xiao Yan shouted at Xiao Yan. The latter nodded heavily and his body moved. He held the giant ruler and entered the circular light formation. Next, as long as Xiao Yan could completely suppress the beast's strength and use the pill-transforming ring, he would be able to completely control the beast's body. Huff. Xiao Yan, who was in the formation, slowly exhaled. He lifted his eyes and stared at the roaring monster. Holding the giant ruler, his footsteps changed and he instantly used the sky extinction step. His body appeared in front of the monster in the blink of an eye, and he waved the giant ruler in his hand with all his might, wildly bombarding the latter's body. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 feet. Break! A deep roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. The veins on his forehead bulged and his palms, which were tightly holding the giant ruler, were completely red. When the seventh ruler was swung, the shocking ruler glow not only broke the strange large blade, but also penetrated the monster's body. Bang! Even so, the latter still used his body to violently slam into Xiao Yan's chest. A mouthful of blood was immediately spat out. Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned pale. Without much hesitation, he saw the latter's severed arms grow once again as his body rapidly retreated. Without any hesitation, the Genesis Chi in Xiao Yan's body crazily surged out without any reservation. His retreating footsteps violently stepped on empty air, forcefully stabilizing his body. With a flip of his hand he swung out a ruler. Flame-devouring wave. As the ruler glow flashed past, new wounds were added to the monster's wounds that had yet to heal, and it let out a painful howl. Xiao Yan didn't hold back at all. Holding the giant ruler in his hand, he endured the pain in his body and continuously swung the giant ruler in his hand. Flame-devouring wave. Flame-devouring wave. Flame-devouring wave. In an instant Xiao Yan had executed 100 moves in a row. Every swing of the ruler accurately landed on the monster's wounds, giving it no chance to recover. Until a certain moment, Chi. An astonishing energy beam suddenly shot out from the monster's mouth, destroying the ruler glow in one fell swoop, and then charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. It was unexpected that this beast still had the ability to retaliate at this moment. His body swiftly withdrew as the light pillar shot out and penetrated the light pillar that covered the two of them. It ruthlessly penetrated a formation plate at a certain spot in front of Xiao Yan's and Xiao Xian's shocked eyes. Not good. With the formation disc destroyed, the terrifying pressure shrouding the monster's head was reduced by more than half, and its power immediately surged out again. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed again. Brr. A furious roar suddenly sounded. A frightening energy once again surged out of the monster's body. From the distant horizon, a ray of morning sunlight shot over and shone on Xiao Yan's face, causing his heart to feel an icy cold chill. As expected, it's still too late. Xiao Yan indifferently said as he looked at the monster that was about to erupt again. However, in the next moment, Chi. A piercing sound rang out, and Bai Hua, who was in an extremely sorry state, once again charged into the sky. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan, she fiercely hugged the monster's body, and a low roar with all her might immediately entered Xiao Yan's ears. Quick, transforming pill ring. Bai Hua. This scene that had suddenly appeared in the battleground also caused Xiao Yan to instantly raise all of his attention. His face was anxious as he stared at Bai Hua, who was currently tightly hugging the monster. He had never expected that Bai Hua would actually suddenly charge out at this moment. Quick. I can't imprison him for long. You must subdue him before that happens. With a desperate roar, a milky white glow suddenly gushed out from Bai Hua's body. At this moment, all the remaining energy in her body gushed out without any reservation, forming a large net that tightly bound the monster together. No matter how the monster struggled, it was unable to move at all. Bai Hua. Xiao Yan's face was dull and his mind was completely blank. He had already lost the little fairy doctor, and now that he encountered such a situation, he did not know what to do. Bai Hua had risked her life to suppress the monster, so that it could stay in the Xiao clan. However, compared to the latter, Xiao Yan was more concerned about Bai Hua. Buzz buzz buzz. Within the light array the space distorted and several invisible swords formed one after another, revolving around the monster's body. The sword aura that permeated from the swords continuously suppressed the terrifying energy that surged out from the monster's body. Xiao Xian's helpless voice was subsequently transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan, make your move. You should also understand that he will not let go unless he dies. You can't let his efforts go in vain. Huff! Xiao Yan's body trembled as he exhaled. Both of his eyes involuntarily turned red. He lifted his gaze and exchanged glances with Bai Hua, whose face was becoming increasingly pale. After which, he slowly closed his eyes, raised both of his hands and once again formed the same seal as before. The transforming pill ring subsequently appeared. Goodbye. Chapter 1427. The golden light of the great array gradually disappeared in the sky above the ruins. A ring of raging flames transformed into a ring of fire in the dilapidated space. It gradually shrank under the support of an enormous spiritual strength. Mysterious light intertwined on two figures, one white and one black, within the ring of fire. They were kneaded into a ball. Hum hum hum. Waves of majestic energy churned unceasingly within the ball of light, attacking the outermost ring of fire in an attempt to break it. However, with Xiao Xian's intervention and Xiao Yan's all-out attack this time around, the energy was unable to escape regardless of how it struggled. After a couple of breaths, the two intertwining energies completely merged together. The enormous light cluster continued to shrink under the effect of the fire ring. Finally, it agglomerated into a strange medicinal pill that was the size of a dragon's eye and was half black and half white. The pill fell and was received into Xiao Yan's palm. A complicated expression surfaced on the latter's face. No one could have imagined that Bai Hua, who had been running around with him the day before, would end up in such a state at this moment. This unforeseen event was just like a bolt from the blue, making it difficult for anyone to accept. Fortunately, from the looks of the current situation of the pill, there seemed to be some leeway to turn things around. The pill transformation ring had gathered the two pills at the same time, forcefully merging them. The two medicinal effects within the pill would definitely merge into one after a long period of grinding. At that time, it would be the opportunity for Bai Hua's revival. As for what the outcome would be, it would all depend on the will of the heavens. The sun rose in the east. Resplendent light shone on Xiao Yan's face. At the same time, it also illuminated the ruins below, expelling all the darkness in this world. Xiao Yan blankly stared at everything in front of him. His eyes were dejected. Destruction, loss, injury. For a moment, various emotions surged in his heart. Many figures appeared in the distant pavilion. These fellows had already sensed the commotion here earlier. However, for some reason they did not intervene. Among them, there were those from the three great elders faction and also clan leader Xiao Yuheng's faction. However, regardless of which faction it was, they did not intervene. Xiao Yan's indifferent face slowly lifted when he sensed those gazes. His eyes were extremely cold as they swept across those figures. At this moment, these fellows no longer belonged to any faction to him. The so-called blood clan kinship was even more nonsense. Huff. Xiao Yan's body trembled as he exhaled. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly relaxed and immediately fell down. Xiao Xian's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's body suddenly twisted the moment before he landed. Only then did he stabilize his body. Subsequently, he crossed his legs on the ground. Without fearing the gazes of those people, he consumed a few pills and began to refine them on the spot. Even with Xiao Xian's mental fortitude, he could not help but sigh softly when he saw this. His gaze swept across the courtyard below, which had almost turned into ruins. He paused for a moment. The instant he lifted his head, a sharp glint suddenly shot out from his pitch-black eyes and swept across the crowd of spectators in the distant pavilion. At the same time, a hurricane swept across the land. Astonishing sword chi soared into the sky. The incomparably sharp glint immediately caused the hearts of those people to be alarmed. They hurriedly withdrew their gazes and various figures swiftly withdrew. Although Xiao Xian's cultivation was inferior to Yuan Zong's, the incomparably sharp and domineering sword chi from his body was enough to cause their expressions to change. Additionally, he had previously revealed his identity as a formation master. At this moment, few of these fellows dared to look him in the eye. After all, if the former attacked in a rage, it was likely that they would not be able to obtain any benefits. Xiao Xian withdrew his gaze after forcing back those spectators. With a thought, the domineering sword chi that had gathered above his head quietly dispersed. He looked at Xiao Yan below, and after a moment of hesitation, he turned around and flew towards the top of a large tree not far away. He stood quietly and did not disturb the ladder. Xiao Xian understood that Xiao Yan needed to be alone and calm at a time like this. Any slight external disturbance might not be able to calm him down, and might even have the opposite effect. Only in silence would his heart truly be calm, and his thoughts would gradually calm down. However, the thing that he did not expect was that this sitting of Xiao Yan's actually lasted for a couple of days. Clan leader Xiao Yuheng and another old man stood side by side in a pavilion in the distance. Their gazes pierced through countless gaps and directly witnessed everything that had happened. It was also because of these two that no one had intervened to stop the unforeseen event that occurred in the formation earlier. Haha, clan leader has concealed quite a lot. I did not expect Xiao Xian to actually be a rank 7 formation master. Such a status is not inferior to the three of us in the clan. Beside Xiao Yuheng, a slightly short and fat old man stroked his beard. A bright light flashed in his old eyes as he spoke with a smile. As the head of the cabinet, this old man's position in the clan could be said to be unreachable by many. Almost all matters of the clan had to go through his hands. However, he did not expect that Xiao Xian had been in the clan for a few years, but he did not notice the latter's status at all. Looking at Xiao Yuheng's calm expression, it was obvious that he had known about this long ago. Xiao Gan, I did not intend to conceal this matter. It is just that Xiao Xian's status is rather special, and we cannot allow people with ulterior motives to know too much. Xiao Yuheng frowned slightly and shook his head as he slowly spoke. Clan leader, what do you mean? I, Xiao Gan, was born for the great cause of the Xiao clan. For the clan I can even give up my life. You actually say that I have ulterior motives? The moment these words were spoken, Xiao Gan's expression instantly changed. Anger immediately surfaced on his originally smiling old face. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, Xiao Yuheng spoke again. Xiao Gan, you have to know that this was not my intention. The clan is so big and there will always be people with ulterior motives. In order to prevent others from spreading this matter, the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. Otherwise it will definitely bring about a disaster. Xiao Yuheng clenched his teeth tightly, and his tone was rather solemn. He had already expected such a scene when Xiao Xian released the array disc earlier. Moreover, from now on Xiao Xian's identity as a formation master could no longer be concealed. However, he did not know if anything else would happen during this period. Hearing this, Xiao Gan was slightly startled at first. After carefully thinking about the meaning behind his words, his old eyes instantly narrowed, and he could not help but exclaim. You mean this is old? Before his voice faded, Xiao Yuheng immediately gestured for him to keep quiet. He only nodded his head slightly. Under the latter's gaze, he slowly inhaled a breath of air and continued. Yesterday, I received news that the Northern Stone Clan was completely massacred overnight. All the members of the Stone Clan had their spiritual sources sucked dry and died in an abnormal manner. From now on, the Stone Clan no longer exists in this world. Hiss, actually, even the Stone Clan is gone. The one who did this is the Ghost Gate? Xiao Gan's breathing suddenly paused, and shock involuntarily surged in his heart. A group of things that were neither human nor ghost immediately appeared in his mind. Based on his knowledge of the Ghost Gate, those fellows seemed to possess some special methods to harm spiritual strength. Now that such a thing had happened, the greatest possibility was naturally that they were the ones who did it. The Northern Stone Clan, also known as the Stone Clan, was a clan that had existed since ancient times. At its peak, it was comparable to the Xiao clan of ancient times. However, as time passed, the Stone Clan gradually withdrew from the stage of history and became what was now known as the Lost Clan. There were many other ancient clans in the central region that were similar to the Stone Clan. For example, the Gu clan, which was now one of the clans under the Ouyang clan, was once a lost clan of ancient times. It was only in order to protect the last bloodline of the clan that it submitted to others. It was not as unyielding as the Stone Clan, but perhaps it was because of this that it ended up in its current state. So, I don't know. It is impossible to determine who the culprit is just based on the scene of the Stone Clan. However, we can confirm that the culprit is at least an 8-star source venerate. Otherwise, given the Stone Clan's foundation, even if they were no match for the culprit, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Could it be a source saint? Xiao Gan's expression changed drastically when he heard Xiao Yuheng's words. It was a little too exaggerated for a declining clan to be attacked by a source saint expert. I can't be sure, but it should be close. I don't know when it will be my Shao clan's turn if this continues. Xiao Yuheng shook his head with a complicated expression. He knew the seriousness of this matter. For many years, the lost clans of various sizes in the central region had been destroyed one after another, and no one had found any clues about the culprit. The rapid development of this matter had caused the three great clans to panic. According to everyone's deduction, the main suspect in this matter naturally fell on Ghoul's sect. The latter naturally did not care about this at all. They simply did not care about what the outside world thought of them. They still maintained their usual style, mercilessly slaughtering those opponents who intentionally provoked them. As time passed, the many factions in the middle region naturally did not dare to voice their anger towards the Ghost Gate. Everyone's subjective view of such matters naturally fell on the Ghost Gate. Chapter 1428. Following the unusual change of the medicinal pill back then, nearly 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Xiao Yan's figure had been sitting cross-legged within the ruins with his eyes tightly shut. He appeared just like an old monk meditating. His aura had already completely recovered with the help of the medicinal pill. His face was completely calm and one could not see any abnormality. Xiao Xian was a little helpless in the face of this. All he could do was patiently wait for Xiao Yan to wake up. Before Xiao Yan woke up, the nearby area had been sealed with the help of a formation. No one was allowed to approach. Hence, even some of the busybodies within the Shao clan could only bitterly withdraw their thoughts and observe the situation within the formation from a distance. Will he be all right? Lian frowned at the top of the half-collapsed building within the formation. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she stared at Xiao Yan, who was seated with his eyes closed in the ruins below. Her hand unconsciously grasped a strand of hair as she asked hesitantly. Xiao Xian slowly shook his head when he heard this. Given the current situation, no one can determine what is going on in his heart. We can only pray that he doesn't fall too deeply into it. Ever since the death of the little fairy doctor and now that Bai Hua was seriously injured, the few relatives and friends that Xiao Yan had on this foreign continent were currently leaving him one by one. The emotions that he had to bear during this process could be said to be incomparably heavy. It was impossible for him to be completely unconcerned. However, at the very least, Xiao Yan did not completely lose his reasoning even under such circumstances. Otherwise, the current situation would likely cause others to be even more worried. Lian Er's pretty eyes looked at the skinny figure below. The back of her teeth bit her lower red lip. Although she did not have a deep understanding of Xiao Yan, she had heard of many things from his teacher, the little fairy doctor. She was also clearly aware of the special relationship between the two of them, which was neither close nor distant. Now that the former was no longer around and Xiao Yan had once again encountered such an unexpected change, she naturally could not bear it. Go if you want to. It's good that someone is by his side. Don't disturb him. Xiao Xian gently smiled when he saw the young lady's wish. His hand gently rubbed the young lady's head as he softly reminded her. The young lady's heart immediately rejoiced when she heard this. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she nodded at Xiao Xian. Her delicate body moved and leaped down from the top of the building. After which, her delicate body gently landed on a flat ground not far from Xiao Yan. Her gaze was a little nervous as she slowly approached Xiao Yan. When she arrived in front of him, she finally sighed in relief when she saw that the latter did not make any unusual movements. Boom. However, in the next instant, before Lian could do anything else, the enormous formation that enveloped the entire courtyard suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, the expressions of Xiao Xian and Lian, who were within the formation, changed. Their gazes landed on the origin of the sound in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a cracking sound was gradually emitted from the formation barrier. Xiao Yan, come out. Outside the formation barrier that was on the verge of shattering, Zhao Jin placed one hand on the light barrier while his other hand was raised high. Without waiting for anyone to advise him, he suddenly threw a heavy punch downwards. With a bang, the huge formation that enveloped the courtyard exploded with a bang. Zhao Jin's cold gaze immediately swept towards Xiao Yan, who was seated in the middle of the courtyard, after the formation shattered. He coldly snorted and strode towards the latter. His icy voice was once again emitted. Xiao Yan, you actually dare to not stand up to welcome an inner sect elder who has personally come. Stop right there. At this moment, an air-splitting sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon after, Xiao Xian's figure took the lead to block Zhao Jin. Lian quickly rushed over from beside him. The expression on her pretty face immediately became grave. She naturally recognized Zhao Jin and was well aware of how terrifying the latter was. A bad premonition rose in the young lady's heart the moment she saw him. Xiao Xian frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. Compared to Lianer, he was naturally more aware of Zhao Jin's strength and character. Since this fellow dared to act so overbearingly in the Xiao clan today, it was likely that he had come prepared. You're Xiao Xian? Even with Zhao Jin's strength, he could not help but be a little surprised as he looked at the figure in front of him who was as tall as a sword. Although this person's cultivation was not as high as Origin Zong's, his aura was even inferior to an Origin Venerate like him. It was truly shocking. Leave the courtyard. Since he knew that Zhao Jin had come with ill intentions, Xiao Xian naturally did not show any unnecessary courtesy. His straightforward words had already expressed his attitude. At the same time, an invisible hurricane suddenly condensed in the sky above his head. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an unparalleled sword chi that roared between heaven and earth, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. In recent years, I often heard that there was a person called Xiao Xian in the clan, but unfortunately I never had the chance to see him. Now that I have seen him today, he is indeed only a peak origin emperor. Zhao Jin's gaze swept over the sword chi above Xiao Xian's head in an undetectable manner as he sneered. Although the person in front of him had an extraordinary aura, he was ultimately just an origin emperor. There was no need to take him to heart. As soon as Zhao Jin's words left his mouth, anger immediately surfaced on Lianer's pretty face. Xiao Xian, on the other hand, did not care at all. He pulled the girl behind him and said, "Leave the courtyard yourself or I will chase you out." Haha, there are very few people who have your courage. However, the one who wants to see Xiao Yan today is not me but a cabinet elder. Zhao Jin laughed heartily. Soon after, he unhurriedly stepped aside. At the same time, the crowd that had gathered behind him swiftly scattered like flowing water. Everyone's eyes swiftly gathered together. Immediately, a couple of exclamations were emitted from the arena. Xiao Xian's gaze followed the crowd. An old man with a slightly gloomy expression and shriveled lips slowly walked over from the crowd. Everyone who saw this old man revealed a respectful expression. Even Zhao Jin, who was still arrogant a moment ago, revealed a humble smile at this moment. This person was the head of the 3 cabinet elders of the Xiao clan. He was also the person who had the highest voice in the entire Xiao clan against Xiao Yan and his grandson staying behind, Xiao Dingtian. Elder. Seeing this person, even with Xiao Xian's temperament, he still bowed to him. With this person's status, everyone in the clan except for the clan leader could be said to be a person who could cover the sky with one hand. Even though they did not have a harmonious relationship, they had to treat him with respect due to the rules and etiquette. Xiao Xian, bring Xiao Yan to see this old man. Ignoring Xiao Xian's attitude, Xiao Dingtian ordered indifferently. However, his words were filled with an inviolable meaning. Chapter 1429. Among the crowd, Xiao Xian was currently facing Xiao Dingtian. When the latter's words sounded, even with Xiao Xian's mental state, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "I'm sorry, I can't." Xiao Dingtian lifted his eyelids and stared at Xiao Xian. His tone was filled with displeasure. After a few breaths, he spoke again in an indifferent tone. "Zhao Jin, bring him over." "Yes." Zhao Jin replied and nodded. His eyes quickly landed on Xiao Xian as he parted his mouth into a cold smile. His body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a ray of light that rushed toward Xiao Yan on the ruins behind. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xian, who was already prepared, suddenly flashed. While his figure rapidly chased, he quickly formed a seal with his hand. Soon after, a few consecutive sounds of breaking through the air resounded. At this moment, several golden light arrays immediately soared into the sky within a few hundred feet of Xiao Yan. They connected with each other and formed a huge array barrier in the blink of an eye, enveloping Xiao Yan within it. Bang! Zhao Jin's body suddenly arrived the moment the formation was formed. His fist violently smashed against it. However, a muffled bang sounded and the huge formation barrier trembled slightly. However, there was not much change. Compared to the huge light barrier from before, this one was undoubtedly much stronger. Not only was it able to block Zhao Jin's attack, but the force that rebounded from it also forced Zhao Jin to take a couple of steps back. He is indeed an array master. Strange? In the distance, Xiao Dingtian's indifferent eyes revealed a rare look of astonishment when he saw this scene. Even he had only recently found out that Xiao Xian was an array master. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed so. At the same time, he didn't expect the clan leader to be able to hide this matter for so long that even he didn't notice it. Damn it, this guy is actually an array master? Looking at the strength of this array, it should be at grade 7. This old thing actually didn't tell me in advance. At the same time, Zhao Jin, who had personally experienced the formation, could not help but reveal a shocked expression on his face. He could not help but curse in his heart. He forcefully clenched his slightly numb hand. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly heard a whistling sound coming from beside his ear. His body quickly turned, and an incomparably sharp sword aura brushed past him, leaving a pitch-black crack in the void. When he stopped, Zhao Jin quickly glanced at the tear on his clothes on his chest, and a huge wave immediately set off in his heart. What a fast sword! A mere peak origin monarch was actually able to use the flying sword in his hand to tear the clothes of an origin venerate expert. This power was heaven-defying. I can't be careless. Zhao Jin quickly glanced at Xiao Xian, who was flying over, and was about to dodge when he suddenly noticed Xiao Dingtian's impatient gaze. Zhao Jin's heart trembled, and he had no choice but to quickly avoid the sword lights that were constantly shooting over. He gritted his teeth and his figure flashed, arriving in front of the array again. With a thought, mighty Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from his body. His body shook, and the mighty Genesis Chi suddenly swept out, shattering the several sword lights shooting over. At the same time, Genesis Chi condensed between his two palms and slammed into the array. Boom! This time, the formation shook violently under Zhao Jin's fierce bombardment. An invisible wave swept out along with the shaking of the formation, peeling off another layer of the ground that was already shattered. Seeing that the attack was effective, Zhao Jin's eyes lit up, and he slammed his palm down again. It was also at this moment that Xiao Xian's figure rapidly flashed, and he closed his two fingers together to form a sword. Wrapped in unparalleled sword chi, the sword shot straight towards Zhao Jin. Feeling the terrifying sword chi contained in the sword, even someone of Zhao Jin's strength couldn't help but shudder. He had no choice but to retract his palm that should have slammed down. With a flick of his sleeve, similarly wrapped in Genesis Chi, he blocked the sword attack like steel. A mere origin monarch dares to be impudent in front of me. Get lost. After being intercepted several times by an origin monarch, Zhao Jin's expression turned somewhat ugly. His face darkened and his steel-like sleeve suddenly jerked. Boundless Genesis Chi leaked out and forced Xiao Xian 100 steps back. Almost at the same time, the sleeve wrapped in Genesis Chi unexpectedly burst apart, losing its support and turning into large pieces. It was then shattered into nothingness by the Genesis Chi. Zhao Jin's eyes abruptly widened. He couldn't imagine that Xiao Xian's sword was so powerful, but he couldn't care less. He turned his head and Genesis Chi rapidly gathered again. In an instant, he repeatedly slammed his palm into the array. Bang 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 bang. The continuous barrage of attacks caused the entire array to tremble even more intensely. Ripples visible to the naked eye continuously swept out from where Zhao Jinxiang had struck. No matter how strong the array was, it was ultimately unable to withstand the full power of a source venerate. If this continued, it would not be able to last for long. Clan leader, why don't I take action? If this continues and that bastard awakens Xiao Yan, I'm afraid this matter won't be resolved. In a certain pavilion outside the array, clan leader Xiao Yuheng and third elder Xiao Mingyuan stood there. The latter couldn't help but frown when he saw that the situation was getting worse. They knew that what had happened a few days ago must have dealt a blow to Xiao Yan's heart. Moreover, the Xiao clan didn't care about that matter, which would deepen Xiao Yan's already bad opinion of the Xiao clan. Now that Zhao Jin had attacked him in public, the situation would be irreversible if he was injured. Xiao Yuheng drew a deep breath. He stared at Xiao Xian and said in a low voice, "Let's wait a little longer. I believe he hasn't used his full strength yet." Even if Zhao Jin was angry, Xiao Xian still hadn't used a single dose skill. He had only used his sword chi to block Zhao Jin's attack. Xiao Yuheng firmly believed that Xiao Xian would be able to display his true strength for Xiao Yan. He believed that Xiao Xian would be able to display even more extraordinary strength than his battle with Xiao Feng. As expected, Xiao Xian finally clenched his teeth and slowly closed his eyes when he saw that the array was nearing its limit under Zhao Jin's continuous attacks. The Genesis Chi in his body gushed out without reservation and a terrifying aura that looked down on the world rapidly spread from his body. Xiao Xian slowly exhaled and clenched his fist in the air in front of him. A stream of wind rapidly condensed and turned into an invisible sword. In the void around his body, an invisible curtain formed and a fierce hurricane frantically spun around his body. All of a sudden, the space between the heavens and the earth began to distort. Streaks of invisible sword chi shot out and quickly gathered within the invisible longsword. The piercing cold aura caused many people present to be wary and fearful of it. Xiao Dingtian narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the invisible sword in Xiao Xian's hand. The Genesis Qi in his body quietly circulated. Zhao Jin was still bombarding the great array in front of him with all his might. Just a little more and the great array would shatter. At that time Xiao Yan would have nowhere to hide. However, at this moment Xiao Xian's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. If you dare to break the array, I will kill you. Chapter 1430. Crack. Zhao Jin's palm once again smashed onto the intensely shaking light formation in front of him after Xiao Xian's words sounded. Following a clear cracking sound, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly froze. The solid formation barrier broke with the sound. At this moment, Xiao Xian's face had finally turned from a calm to an extremely cold expression. The invisible long sword in his hand trembled slightly. Immediately, two frightening sword chi surged out from the tip of the sword. The space beside him was instantly cut apart. Even the floating clouds in the sky were cut into two like duckweed in water. Even with Zhao Jin's cultivation, his expression could not help but change when he sensed the frightening aspect of the sword chi. His heart was quietly shocked. Was such a shocking sword chi really something that a mere peak origin emperor could achieve? It was simply unbelievable. Now that the formation has been broken, it is useless to say anything else. Since you want to kill me, this venerable self wants to see just what is so special about an unknown peak origin emperor like you. Even though Zhao Jin was shocked when he learned of Xiao Xian's identity as a formation master, Zhao Jin was completely confident that he could win if they were to fight using Do techniques. Without the support of the formation, Xiao Xian was merely an origin emperor in his eyes. Xiao Xian acted as though he did not hear Zhao Jin's provocative words. He slowly raised the invisible longsword in his hand. His icy cold gaze penetrated through the empty space and landed on Zhao Jin's body. After which, he opened his mouth with a pause between each word. One sword. The world trembled when these words left his mouth. There seemed to be a Sanskrit sound reverberating through the air, shaking everyone's hearts until they felt a chill. Even their hearts seemed to be moving along with that trembling sound. The members of the Shao clan around the arena were all looking at the human figure floating in the air with frightened expressions. At this moment, no one dared to judge the latter based on his cultivation. At this moment, who would dare to look directly at the person who usually mocked his cultivation? At this moment, the pair of icy black eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. There was only an abyss-like dark black depth that seemed to be able to swallow one's heart. Another generation. The moment Xiao Xian's voice faded, his figure abruptly disappeared from the void. Almost at the same time, Zhao Jin's expression turned grave. As he rapidly retreated, the Genesis Qi in his body rapidly gathered between his palms. He then flipped his hands and blasted them forward. Freezing sky palm. Buzz. An astonishing energy hurricane suddenly swept out, and the already shattered array barrier burst open with a bang, turning into countless fragments before dissipating. Flying dust rose up, forming a dust fog that spread out and blocked everyone's line of sight. Only Xiao Dingtian, who was in the distance, had a slightly serious expression on his face, and he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. The energy hurricane quickly swept out and two figures retreated from the flying dust. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xiao Xian and Zhao Jin. However, at this moment, the auras of the two people were the same as before. The sword chi and icy force in their palms had also gradually dissipated. It was impossible to tell that they had fought. The commotion at this moment was naturally not caused by them. Noticing this, everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? At this moment, the two people on the field looked at the center of the energy storm at the same time. Both of them had different expressions on their faces. Soon, when the flying dust dispersed, everyone's gaze followed the two people's gazes and was abruptly taken aback. At the center of the energy storm, there was a person sitting cross-legged. That person was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you're finally awake. Zhao Jin's expression immediately turned cold when he saw Xiao Yan, while the coldness in Xiao Xian's eyes quickly faded. His tensed nerves finally relaxed. Soon after, he seemed to have discovered something, and his gaze focused slightly on the former. Although Xiao Yan's appearance didn't seem any different from before, Xiao Xian's shocking spiritual perception allowed him to clearly sense that the aura that emanated from Xiao Yan's body was swiftly becoming stronger. At the same time, strands of natural energy uncontrollably gathered above his head. They were gradually forming an energy whirlpool at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the looks of it, it was a sign that his cultivation was about to break through. He's actually about to break through. Zhao Ji knit his brows and muttered when he saw this. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged in the arena. He turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Dingtian a short distance away. At this moment, the latter was similarly staring intently at Xiao Yan with his old eyes. He frowned slightly, appearing to be thinking about something. Therefore he did not sense the gaze that the former shot over. The surrounding onlookers also had faces of surprise as they watched Xiao Yan in the arena. Although most of them did not think well of Xiao Yan, he had only entered the clan for less than a month and his cultivation was about to break through. Once this news was spread, it would definitely cause many people to look at him in a different light. At that time, those people who usually had hostile gazes towards Xiao Yan would naturally have to reconsider. However, right at this moment, swoosh! A sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, Zhao Jin's body suddenly charged forward. His body was as fast as lightning as he directly faced Xiao Yan in the arena. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He knew that this matter would definitely benefit Xiao Yan. However, his purpose of entering the Xiao clan this time was to chase Xiao Yan out and raise the status of the Zhao clan in the Xiao clan. At this moment he absolutely couldn't allow any accidents to happen. The sudden scene didn't only cause Xiao Xian's expression to change drastically, even Xiao Dingtian, who was standing far away, couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. "Idiot! What are you doing?" Xiao Dingtian roared furiously. Although he had the intention to stop Zhao Jin had suddenly attacked and was already close to Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Dingtian wouldn't be able to stop him in time. As for Xiao Xian, it was even more impossible. Looking at Zhao Jin, who was about to attack Xiao Yan, the fury in Xiao Dingtian's heart burned even more. For his own selfish reasons, Zhao Jin had openly attacked Xiao Yan, who was about to break through in front of everyone. Not only did Zhao Jin not care about Xiao Dingtian's reputation, but he had also disregarded everyone in the Xiao clan. Even if Xiao Yan wasn't a direct descendant, even if he wasn't liked by others, no matter what, Xiao Yan was still a member of the Xiao clan. How could he allow others to taint his blood? Zhao Jin's current actions were simply foolish to the extreme. Hearing this, Zhao Jin wasn't afraid at all. He let out a sinister laugh and looked at Xiao Yan, who was less than 10 feet away from him. He raised his head and shouted. Although Xiao Yan is a member of the Xiao clan, he has secretly colluded with the Ouyang clan and has ill intentions. Zhao Jin's actions are also to eliminate evil for our Xiao clan elder. Chapter 1431. Zhao Jin's roar was like a command from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Zhao Jin unhesitatingly slammed his palm down on Xiao Yan's head. If this attack struck, even if Xiao Yan did not die, he would become an idiot in an instant. The energy of the universe was still frantically gathering above Xiao Yan's head. His cheeks unknowingly swelled as the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate. Although he was currently in the midst of a breakthrough, he was not completely unaware of the outside world. In the face of Zhao Jin's ruthless actions, he had no choice but to face it head-on even if it meant damaging his cultivation. Scram! You've caused my Zhao clan to exhaust all of its wealth. Today not only will I expel you, I will also take back what we've lost. Zhao Jin looked down at Xiao Yan, who was in front of him from top to bottom. A biting cold air swiftly agglomerated in his palm. With a savage smile on his face, it suddenly fell. Boom! In an instant, a low and deep explosion sound suddenly resounded. Immediately, a circular shocking energy ripple suddenly spread apart. Along the way the ground once again crumbled. After which, it transformed into a thick layer of dust. Half of the building that was already on the verge of collapse finally collapsed with a loud bang under this attack. Many people in the vicinity were shocked by this scene. Zhao Jin was a Genesis Venerate expert after all. If he could create such a huge commotion with just a simple move, how terrifying would it be if he really fought? Dust flew. Soon after, another low and deep collision sound appeared. A human figure swiftly flew out from the point of collision. His feet continuously took 100 steps in the air before he managed to stabilize his body. Raising his head to take a look, this person was undoubtedly Zhao Jin. A cool breeze blew over, scattering the dust in the air to reveal an old man. Behind him, Xiao Yan was still endlessly absorbing the energy of the universe. His aura had already reached the level of a 3-star origin ancestor. It would only take a few moments for his aura to completely stabilize before he would truly break through. Zhao Jin, the clan has always been lenient towards you because you've always been strict in your work. However, I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous and shameless as to openly attack a member of the Xiao clan. Are you challenging the dignity of the Xiao clan? Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Yan behind him, who was not affected. Only then did he turn his head around. His face was ice cold as he stared at Zhao Jin in the distance and scolded in a deep voice. Zhao Jin's face immediately turned ashen. He did not expect Xiao Mingyuan to suddenly appear at such a crucial moment. Xiao Mingyuan's sharp words were directly aimed at his heart, bringing out the entire Zhao clan. Sure enough, the eyes of the surrounding members of the Xiao clan involuntarily landed on Zhao Jin after Xiao Mingyuan's words sounded. Many of them had more or less received the disdain from Zhao Jin. Some of them had even been in deep trouble because of Zhao Jin. Now that Xiao Mingyuan had spoken, the enmity that was hidden deep in their hearts could not be hidden and was revealed. Seeing this, Zhao Jin's heart could not help but shudder. His eyes flickered and he hurriedly shouted, "Third Elder, you're wrong. The Zhao clan's loyalty to the Xiao clan can be witnessed by heaven and earth. I'm only doing this because I don't want the clan to be deceived for nothing." Xiao Mingyuan's face darkened, and the people present could not help but sneer when they heard this. Zhao Jin, however, did not care. He rolled his eyes and continued to shout, "The day before yesterday, Xiao Yan secretly left the clan and met with the heir of the Ouyang clan, Xiao Yan, in Shuyang City. I accidentally bumped into him. Although I tried my best to persuade him, not only did he not listen, he even ordered Fan Jian, a subordinate of the Ouyang clan, to attack me. I was no match for him, so I retreated. If Third Elder does not believe me, you can ask young Master Xiao Tian. Young Master was also present at that time and he can be a witness." After speaking, Zhao Jin looked at Xiao Mingyuan with an innocent face and said sternly, "I know that Third Elder has a good relationship with Xiao Yan, but I hope that Third Elder will not be biased when it comes to the clan's matters." As soon as these words came out, the discussion in the hall immediately became much quieter. Many people turned to look at Xiao Yan, who was still sitting cross-legged. If this was the case, then there was nothing wrong with Zhao Jin's actions today. Moreover, Xiao Yan had just entered the Xiao clan for less than a month. Where did he get to know the heir of the Ouyang clan? Secretly meeting him was even more taboo. Once it was confirmed, even if Xiao Yan had great ability, it would be difficult for him to stay in the Xiao clan. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyuan's heart sank. He naturally understood the deep meaning of Zhao Jin's actions, but since he had brought out a witness, it meant that there were more than one person who knew about this matter. This matter must be true. Then Xiao Yan, you're lying. We just happened to meet the heir of the Ouyang clan, so that's why he ordered Fan Jian to attack me, so everything I said is true. Beside Xiao Xian, Lianer's face was filled with anger. However, before she could finish speaking, Zhao Jin's strong words caused the surrounding people to believe Zhao Jin's words even more. After all, even the person beside Xiao Yan had admitted it, so why would Zhao Jin need to lie? Immediately, the people of the Xiao clan began to discuss again. The topic shifted from Zhao Jin to Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Xian frowned. Even though he knew the ins and outs of this matter, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Now that the situation was set, if he said anything more, it would only add fuel to the fire and add more trouble. However, at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Hee, Patriarch Zhao really has a glib tongue. Not only did you distort the facts with just a few words, but you also pushed all the blame onto me. You really have the demeanor of a powerhouse. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone immediately looked over. Xiao Xian and Xiao Mingyuan could not help but let out a sigh of relief as a smile reappeared on their faces. Although the situation was still under Zhao Jin's control, they immediately felt much more relaxed when Xiao Yan spoke, as if all the troubles would be easily solved. In fact, it was indeed so. "Haha, you've made a breakthrough?" Xiao Mingyuan smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who had a calm expression on his face. He sized Xiao Yan up and nodded with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Third Elder." Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Haha, I didn't expect you to have a breakthrough in your cultivation after coming back for less than a month. Looks like you're determined to win the clan gathering in a few months." Xiao Mingyuan laughed loudly as though he had already forgotten what Zhao Jin had said a moment ago. Zhao Jin pursed his lips and smiled when he heard it. He let out a sigh and his expression suddenly turned cold as he said in an indifferent tone, "Of course. Bai Hua risked her life for me. Of course I have to give the Xiao clan a surprise." As soon as the words came out, Xiao Mingyuan's face suddenly froze. Chapter 1432. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he slowly swept his gaze across the entire place. Amidst the various gazes and discussions, his gaze landed on Zhao Jin, who was also staring at him. "Humph, Xiao Yan, since things have already developed to this stage, it is useless for you to quibble. You betrayed the clan and colluded with outsiders to commit such a heinous act. Today I will reveal your true colors." Zhao Jin's eyes involuntarily flashed when he saw Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over. He opened his mouth slightly before he lifted his head and shouted with a righteous expression. You. On the other side, the anger on Lianer's pretty face grew. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian waved his hand at Xiao Yan, indicating for the latter to be at ease. Only then did the young lady withdraw her hand with a furious expression. Noisy. Xiao Yan merely glanced indifferently at Zhao Jin's deafening shout and laughed softly. The disdainful words from his mouth caused Zhao Jin's face to immediately darken. However, the former seemed to have not discovered it and ignored it. He lifted his foot and walked straight towards Xiao Xian and Liana. I have made the two of you worry for the past few days. Xiao Yan gave Xiao Xian a relaxed smile after arriving in front of him. The calmness in his smile caused the last thread of worry in Xiao Xian's heart to disappear. Lian Er by the side also pursed her red lips. A lovely smile surfaced on her exquisite pretty face. Soon after, she frowned and acted evil. She stared at Zhao Jin in the distance and spoke with a vicious face. That Zhao Jin is really rude. I have to teach him a lesson later. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gently nodded his head and smiled at the young lady. Don't worry, I definitely will. Be careful. That fellow even invited Xiao Dingtian over. It can be seen that he must have come prepared. I'm afraid that he intends to fight it out with you. Once he grasps the opportunity, we will have no choice but to leave the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian used his eyes to indicate Xiao Yan to the crowd in the distance. Xiao Dingtian was standing there. When the latter discovered that the grandfather and grandson's gazes had shot over, he also narrowed his eyes and stared at the two of them. So he is Xiao Dingtian, the leader of the three inner pavilions. He is also the person with the highest voice against us staying in the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan stared intently at the elderly figure as an icy glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. At the end of the day, wasn't all the trouble they had encountered recently because of him? Third elder, since this matter has come to a conclusion, can we convict this fellow? Colluding with an outsider is a crime of betrayal. According to the rules of the clan, we should destroy his cultivation and chase him out of the clan. At this moment, Zhao Jingran's voice once again sounded. Only then did Xiao Yan unhurriedly turn his gaze to the latter. He eyed Zhao Jingran's appearance of a vile person intoxicated with success. A layer of icy cold killing intent gradually surfaced in Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. He originally didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Jin. However, Zhao Jin had repeatedly targeted them in an overbearing manner. He was simply going too far. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown when he heard this. His face was a little ugly. Zhao Jin's actions were to use his mouth to convict Xiao Yan of the crime. Such actions could be said to be heart-wrenching. It was a pity that although this method was ruthless, Xiao Mingyuan couldn't do it. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Xiao Yan, he could tell that Xiao Yan was unwilling to be under others. He could believe that Xiao Yan had a desire in his heart. However, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to have a disloyal heart and forsake his loyalty. Not to mention anything else, even if Xiao Yan was sincerely willing to return to the clan, Xiao Yan would never do such a disdainful thing. However, the most important thing now wasn't how he viewed Xiao Yan. Instead, it was the increasing number of Xiao clan members that had gathered around. These people had already believed Xiao Yan's actions after Zhao Jin's words. As long as they didn't shut their mouths, even the clan leader wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Humph, to think that the clan leader gave this brat the treatment of a prince when he just entered the clan. I didn't expect him to be a lackey of the Ouyang clan. No wonder he made a breakthrough in his cultivation so quickly. It seems like he got a lot of benefits from the Ouyang clan this time around. What's the point of keeping this kind of scum alive? It's better to just cripple his cultivation and chase him out. Let him fend for himself. It's better to just kill him so that he won't ruin the reputation of the Xiao clan after he leaves. Sure enough, as the number of people gathered around increased, the discussion in the stadium gradually became noisy. Various soft curses were continuously emitted. Some of the people who were still holding envious gazes toward Xiao Yan's breakthrough a moment ago, now had faces filled with disdain as they ridiculed him. At the same time, the cold smile that was filled with ridicule on Zhao Jin's face also became denser. Many times, the pressure one faced was naturally different due to one's position. This was especially so in a super force that was formed by clans. Even if one was innocent, one was destined to be deeply immersed in the heated discussion until one went crazy. As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. However, even so, Xiao Yan's face was still calm when he was faced with the hostile gazes of tens of thousands of people. He had experienced too many things like this and he no longer took it to heart. Moreover, the so-called same origin was extremely laughable in his opinion. Although the Shao clan before him was powerful, it could not even be compared to the Shao clan in Wutan City in a certain aspect. Xiao Yan slowly lifted his gaze and swept across the surrounding crowd that was filled with various gazes. His cold gaze caused those people to shrink back in fear when they came into contact with his gaze. When Xiao Yan saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. His gaze then landed on Zhao Jin. The two of them looked at each other from a distance and narrowed their eyes. After a long while, they laughed out loud in unison. In front of the crowd in the distance, Xiao Dingtian looked at Xiao Yan's face that didn't have any warmth. A faint chill rose in his heart. This young man seemed to be different from the rest. Ha ha, Elder Xiao Dingtian, this junior has a matter to ask. Is it possible? While Xiao Yan and Zhao Jin were laughing, the former suddenly opened his mouth and even directly called out Xiao Dingtian's name. This caused many people to be shocked. What kind of status did Xiao Dingtian have in the Shao clan? Usually, even the clan leader had to politely greet him. However, this Xiao Yan in front of them, speak. What is it? Xiao Dingtian narrowed his old eyes. He was used to being respected by others. At this moment, even he was a little surprised by Xiao Yan's sudden action. Although he was also dissatisfied, he was more curious about Xiao Yan's strange words. Xiao Yan looked at Zhao Jin. The ridicule that was emitted from his eyes suddenly caused Zhao Jin's heart to leap abruptly. The smile on his face was immediately withdrawn. If this junior remembers correctly, there seems to be a rule in the Shao clan. Unless there is a war, no one in the Shao clan is allowed to attack the two great clans and their subordinate factions without permission. Those who violate this rule will be punished severely. Am I right? When his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's gaze also landed on Zhao Jin. When the two of them looked at each other, Zhao Jin's face turned ashen. His heart was incomparably shocked. Chapter 1433. On the stage, Zhao Jin's face turned ashen when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yan, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was not a fool. Since the former was able to utter such words, it was obvious that he knew something. Zhao Jin's and Xiao Yan's hearts were incomparably clear about this matter. Outside the arena, Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but frown when he saw the extremely ugly expression on Zhao Jin's face. He pondered for a long time and seemed to have vaguely understood something. However, he didn't say anything in the end. On the other hand, some of the surrounding Shao clan members recalled this clan rule after some recollections in their minds. Suspicious gazes were shot over one after another. That's right. There is indeed such a rule in the Shao clan's rules. Its purpose is to prevent other factions from manipulating the three great clans and deliberately provoking a fight between the three great clans. Xiao Mingyuan slowly stepped forward and spoke in a calm voice under everyone's respectful gazes. Although his voice wasn't loud, it reverberated across the sky under the influence of Genesis Qi and rang in the ears of every Shao clan member present. What are you trying to say? Xiao Dingtian frowned. His old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yan wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he sneered and glanced at Zhao Jin. When he saw the latter's uneasy expression, he couldn't help but snort. A month ago, when I was passing through the Ouyang clan's territory, I encountered a battle. The two sides were the subordinates of Liang City's Zhao clan and Ouyang clan. Uproar. Every Shao clan member's gaze immediately gathered on Zhao Jin. The Shao clan's rules clearly stated that they couldn't lightly offend the other two great clans. The Zhao clan's action was openly flouting the clan's rules and was suspected of challenging their authority. How dare you? Zhao Jin, over the years, the entire Shao clan has tolerated you acting on your own and violating the clan's rules for a long time. From the time your Zhao clan took over Liang City, took charge of the Spirit Stone Mine, and became a nominal elder, the clan has withstood all the pressure for you and never pursued your mistakes. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you actually did such a rebellious thing and attempted to provoke a war between the Shao clan and the Ouyang clan. This is truly intolerable. Xiao Mingyuan suddenly blurted out as his curses resounded throughout the entire place. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time towards Zhao Jin had instantly erupted. His imposing and domineering aura caused even Xiao Dingtian to have to retreat, let alone those ordinary members of the Shao clan whose status was far inferior to the former. At this moment, Lianer was probably the only person in the arena who could still laugh complacently after hearing the curses. Standing beside Xiao Mingyuan, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he was surprised by the former's sudden rage. Zhao Jin's expression was ugly as he hesitated for a long time. Then, he rolled his eyes and hastily swept his gaze across everyone present. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Mingyuan as he explained in a soft voice. Third Elder, everyone. I have indeed done many overboard things in the past, but I have already repented and realized my mistakes. Can't everyone see that Xiao Yan obviously has nothing to say and has already begun to frame us? Although my Zhao family's people are usually a little arrogant outside, but it's not to the extent of challenging the Ouyang family's power. In my opinion, this is clearly a plot by him and the Ouyang family to frame my Zhao family. After speaking, Zhao Jin looked at Xiao Dingtian with an aggrieved expression. At this moment, the only person who would speak up for him was probably Xiao Dingtian. Humph, it's hard for a petty person to achieve great things. Seeing Zhao Jin's weak gaze, Xiao Dingtian couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Then, he impatiently turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyuan and slowly said, "Forget it. Both of you insist on your own words. These words can't be considered true or false. Let's just forget about it. Let's each take a step back and return." After speaking, Xiao Dingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He originally wanted to order Xiao Yan to leave the clan, but things had already reached this stage and it was difficult to find a result. If he continued to be entangled like this, not to mention whether he could gain any benefits, once Zhao Jin leaked the truth, it would bring him quite a bit of trouble. But, Elder? Zhao Jin was just about to open his mouth when he was blocked by a gaze from Xiao Dingtian. Immediately he could only bitterly withdraw his gaze. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. A crafty glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly said, "Patriarch Xiao, as far as I know, the Ouyang family lost the Source Venerate powerhouse in that battle. They won't let this matter rest." Bullshit. How could a mere dozen Source Kings kill a Source Venerate? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when Zhao Jin, who was still staring at Xiao Dingtian's back, subconsciously reprimanded him. However, just as the words from his mouth were about to sound, his eyes suddenly shrank. The expression on his face also gradually solidified. In front of the crowd not far away, Xiao Dingtian, who had just taken a few steps, had an extremely ugly expression on his old face. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he exchanged glances with Xiao Xian and smiled. Soon after, he looked at Zhao Jin with a mocking expression and sneered. "Patriarch Xiao, when did I say that those people were Kings Yuan?" As his laughter faded, everyone in the Xiao clan suddenly understood. If it wasn't him, how could Zhao Jin know that those people were Kings Yuan? If he didn't personally dispatch them, how could he know that there were only a dozen of them? At this very moment, the emotions in Zhao Jin's heart were extremely complicated. His old face was ashen, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. How could he have imagined that the trip that was supposed to go smoothly would end up being a complete loss? At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside Xiao Yan, also swept a cold gaze at Zhao Jin. His expression was grim as he lifted his foot and walked towards the ladder. Xiao clan's rules. Anyone who violates them will be severely punished. Zhao family knowingly broke the rules and didn't change. They should be punished. As the shout rang out, the surrounding Xiao clan's disciples immediately looked at each other. After a few breaths, they followed suit and shouted loudly, "They should be punished. They should be punished. They should be punished." Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Yan's expression returned to indifference and his heart was even more unperturbed. In a short period of time, the emotions of everyone present had changed again and again. It was simply like weeds on the wall. The so-called super clans of the continent were ultimately nothing more than this. At this moment, Zhao Jin, who had already become the target of public criticism, could only place his final hope on Xiao Dingtian. The latter was his last life-saving straw. If even Xiao Dingtian was merciless towards him, then his Zhao family would probably have to completely sever ties with the Xiao clan today. Chapter 1434. Enough. Xiao Mingyuan, this person is under this old man's command. Since this matter happened to him, even if there is a punishment, it should be dealt with by this old man personally. Just as Xiao Mingyuan was approaching Zhao Jin step by step, Xiao Dingtian's impatient voice finally sounded once again. His low and deep voice caused the loud shouts of everyone present to swiftly weaken until they were completely silent. At this moment, Zhao Jin suddenly let out a sigh of relief when he heard the former's voice. His ash-white face finally recovered some redness. Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was fixed on Zhao Jin's body. When he saw the latter's expression as though he had just survived a calamity, he let out a cold laugh and refused to give up. "To tell you the truth, I don't really believe your words. If I hand him over to you now, you might release him in the next moment. The clan's rules will still be treated as nothing. What punishment is there to talk about? What fairness? This is the Xiao clan. As the Xiao clan's leader, this old man has authority over internal and external affairs. How can I think about ignoring the clan's rules? If you don't believe this old man, you can settle this matter here. Xiao Dingqian's old face sunk. Although the former was a clan elder, he wasn't afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that he was unreasonable in this matter, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the latter. His eyes rolled as thoughts flashed through his mind. He swept his gaze across everyone present and said coldly, "Fine. Let's come to a conclusion that everyone is satisfied with so as to avoid unnecessary trouble." Once these words were spoken, Xiao Dingtian secretly let out a sigh of relief. A glint flashed deep within his old eyes. He raised his gaze slightly and glanced at Xiao Yan without leaving a trace. Soon after he slowly said, In the end, although Zhao Jin privately ordered his clansmen to invade the Ouyang clan and violate the clan's rules, which can be said to be a crime punishable by death, in this old man's opinion, the contributions that the Zhao clan has made for the clan all these years are obvious to all. Although their contributions can't make up for their mistakes, they don't deserve death. Since this is the case, this old man will remove his status as a clan elder and remove the Zhao clan's authority in Liang City. Are you satisfied with this? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jin's face immediately turned ashen. The former's actions could be considered as stripping away all of the Zhao clan's sources of income. Although it was not fatal, in the central region where there were many forces, this was enough to cause the Zhao clan's overall strength to drop by a few levels. Such a move could not be any less ruthless. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but feel astonished because of this. Such a decisive decision was probably not as simple and easy as it appeared on the surface. Sure enough, Xiao Dingtian continued to speak, and his words successfully caused the expressions of Xiao Mingyuan, Xiao Yan and the others to change. Although the Zhao clan is at fault for today's matter, Xiao Yan privately met with the Ouyang clan's young master, and this is undoubtedly a fact. According to the clan's rules, there's bound to be a heavy punishment, but Xiao Dingtian's gaze swept the surroundings, and the words he spoke couldn't help but cause the expressions of Xiao Xian and the others to tighten slightly. Subsequently, their gazes descended onto Xiao Yan. Their gazes met and the former continued. In the end, his identity is merely an outsider. With this point, there won't be any additional punishment. But the matter of him officially entering the clan will have to be pushed back. You don't have to participate in the clan gathering half a year from now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xian's gaze instantly looked towards Xiao Dingtian. Even the third elder, Xiao Mingyuan, similarly stared at the former with an expression of displeasure. His expression was rather unsightly as he spoke with a serious voice. You're simply not distinguishing between public and private matters. The so-called meeting with the Ouyang clan's young master is simply nonsense. It was merely a coincidence. How could it be true? Third elder, you're wrong. If Xiao Yan's matter was purely coincidental, then was the matter of the Zhao clan and the Ouyang clan's fight also coincidental? Third elder is so biased. If this old man were to hand him over to you, I'm afraid it would be unfair. Xiao Dingtian snorted righteously, causing Xiao Mingyuan to be instantly furious and speechless. The surrounding Xiao clan's members also began to quietly discuss this matter. On the other hand, Zhao Jin's face actually revealed an expression of schadenfreude. Unknowingly, this matter had already formed an advantageous situation under Xiao Dingtian's intentional guidance. If he were to receive a heavy punishment, Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to escape. But if Xiao Mingyuan wanted to exonerate the latter, then the punishment that Zhao Jin would receive would definitely be reduced. With this thought, the expression on Xiao Mingyuan's face couldn't help but become even more unsightly. He stared fixedly at Zhao Jin with eyes filled with rage. At this moment, how could he not know Xiao Dingtian's objective? Once he spoke up for Xiao Yan, the latter would definitely take the opportunity to reduce Zhao Jin's crime. The two of them could be said to be born with honor and disgrace. If one were to suffer, the other would suffer. As such, although Zhao Jin couldn't avoid some suffering in the end, it wouldn't be painful or itchy. However, Xiao Yan wasn't fated with the clan gathering, and the relationship between the two could be said to be huge. According to Elder's opinion, there's nothing wrong with such a conclusion. However, Junior and Ouyang Miao got to know each other in Beihai College. Speaking of which, we can be considered as classmates. If even this level of relationship is to be judged as a crime, then wouldn't everyone in the Xiao clan who is familiar with the Ouyang clan, as well as the various elders including you, be implicated and be punished? However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth slowly with a smile. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Many people even looked at each other with some hesitation in their hearts. Even Xiao Dingtian opened his mouth for a moment and was a little speechless. After a long while he coldly snorted and said, "Humph," twisting words and forcing logic. What a sharp-tongued brat. Ever since the elder mentioned this matter to the younger generation, Xiao Yan did not refute even a single word. Even the specific circumstances of the meeting between the younger generation and Ouyang Miao were described by the head of the Zhao clan alone. Without even the slightest inquiry, he insisted that Xiao Yan was related to the Ouyang clan and ordered the younger generation not to participate in the clan gathering. The younger generation thinks that this is a punishment or is elder purposefully doing so. Xiao Yan said with an indifferent face. You dare. You're just an outsider. What right do you have to speak to me like this? Xiao Dingtian was so angry that his face trembled violently. His mouth was hoarse as he angrily shouted. Immediately after, he was so angry that he laughed and said sternly, "Good, good. Since you want to participate in the clan gathering, I will give you this opportunity. Tomorrow Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin who are out training will return to the clan. If you can defeat them, I won't mention anything about the clan gathering. If you can't, you will leave the Xiao clan." Alright. Xiao Mingyuan's face changed slightly when he heard that. But before he could explain to Xiao Yan in detail, the latter had already blurted out and agreed to the former's agreement. "I hope Elder will be a man of few words." Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled at Xiao Dingtian. Let's talk about it after you defeat them." Hearing that, Xiao Dingtian snorted coldly and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He turned around and was about to leave when Xiao Dingtian suddenly spoke again and ridiculed, "Elder, if you leave, what will happen to clan head Zhao? Do as you see fit." Xiao Dingtian waved his big sleeve and turned around to leave. On the spot, Zhao Jin's face finally revealed a trace of fear. P.S. Just opened a public account. Weekly chapters. Those who are interested can follow it. Chapter 1435. It was almost dusk. Xiao Yan and the others were led into the main hall by an elder in a courtyard of the Xiao clan. Haha, this is the main hall. This courtyard was built according to the residence of the heir. The size and location are not bad. If you need anything you can look for me at any time. The elder led them into the main hall and smiled. "Thank you for your trouble, Elder Tang." Xiao Yan smiled and cupped his hands towards the elder. The person in front of him was Xiao Qing Tang, who had sent by Hua and Lian into the Xiao clan. "Haha, this courtyard was originally your residence. I only brought you here. It is nothing. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Xiao Qing Tang nodded and smiled. He cupped his hands towards the group and turned to leave. Xiao Yan's group only exchanged glances with each other after seeing Xiao Yan leave. They entered the empty hall. After taking their seats, Xiao Xian went straight to the main topic. "You must be careful in tomorrow's battle. It has been a long time since we last met. The cultivation of those two children has probably improved by quite a bit. They cannot be underestimated." Xiao Yan raised his brows slightly and asked in surprise, "You know Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin?" Xiao Xian nodded slightly and said, "They are the grandsons of Xiao Gan and Xiao Dingtian. I met them a few times when I first entered the Xiao clan. They stepped into the Genesis sect at such a young age. Their cultivation and talent are not bad. They have been training outside for the past 2 years. I did not expect them to return to the clan at this time." Xiao Xian could not help but reveal a look of admiration when he recalled the two of them. "When I first met them, their cultivation was at the 2-star Genesis sect level. Now that a few years have passed, they have probably reached the 4-star Genesis sect level. It will be quite difficult for you to meet them with your current cultivation. 4-star Genesis sect level, huh? With my current strength, it will not be difficult to defeat them if only one of them reaches the 4-star Genesis sect level." Xiao Yan gently nodded when he heard this. He gently clenched his hand and sensed the vaguely present strength in his palm. After which, he thought for a moment before slowly replying, "All right. As long as you're confident." Xiao Xian smiled and then stood up. He glanced at Lianer, who was lying on a chair with a drowsy expression. His eyes involuntarily revealed a doting expression as he said, "Don't worry, Lianer. All right, you must be tired these days. Have a good rest tonight. Don't be careless in tomorrow's battle." Xiao Xian slowly carried the sleeping girl after saying these words. He walked toward the room at the back of the hall. Xiao Yan watched Xiao Xian's back as he slowly walked away. He involuntarily came to a sudden understanding. If the Xiao Xian that he usually saw was a wise elder, the current Xiao Xian appeared like a father. This was especially the case when he looked at Lian Er each time. His eyes were filled with an incomparable gentleness. After randomly finding a bedroom, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to sleep after entering. Even though he was quite tired from the constant churning of his emotions these past few days, at this moment, he still chose to sit cross-legged and cultivate. His cultivation, which had just broken through, had yet to completely consolidate. It could be said that whether it was circulating or erupting, it would not achieve the desired effect. It would naturally be best if he could refine it as soon as possible. Night fell. On the bed, Xiaoyan was still immersed in cultivation. As time passed, the Genesis Qi in his body had already reached its peak. However, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to withdraw from his cultivation. Instead, he persisted in absorbing the Genesis Qi in his body. When the Genesis Qi in his body reached its peak, he would refine it and completely consolidate his cultivation. At a certain moment, when the natural energy lingering all over Xiaoyan's body began to scatter uncontrollably, Xiaoyan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. He opened his mouth and a suction force immediately surged out. At the same time, a fierce fire began to wildly refine the pure Genesis Qi within the Qi paths in his body, refining and absorbing the energy that had already been refined to the purest state. Only when all the energy contained an absolute explosive force did the entire training process finally come to an end. Hugh! Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His tensed body finally relaxed at this moment. Immediately, a sore and numb feeling involuntarily surfaced in his heart. His body immediately fell back onto the soft bed, and the thoughts in his mind could not help but become drowsy. The high degree of concentration over the past few days had indeed exhausted him. It was only now that he could finally relax and rest. However, just as the drowsiness enveloped his heart, Xiaoyan, whose eyelids had just closed, suddenly stood up from the bed. He fiercely shook his head, dispelling the turbid tiredness. Only then did he take out a jade box from his storage ring with a slightly dazed expression. He opened it, revealing a pill that was distinctly black and white. This pill was naturally formed from Baihua and the creation pill that had been collected by the pill transformation ring. However, it seemed that the final outcome of the pill was still difficult to predict. The black and white colors on the medicinal pill were still distinct. However, under Xiaoyan's careful observation, he realized that the portion that was originally occupied by the white color was gradually being eroded by the black color. This also meant that Baihua's body and consciousness were being swallowed by the mutated creation pill. This wasn't a good result. Upon sensing this, Xiaoyan's heart abruptly sank, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind immediately cleared. His brows were tightly furrowed as he observed the pill in his hand, while his other hand involuntarily clenched tightly. The next day, in the large hall, when Xiaoyan arrived, he saw Third Elder Xiao Mingyuan anxiously waiting for him. When he saw Xiaoyan appear, a worried expression immediately appeared on his old face. "You brat, this old man really doesn't know whether to call you courageous or foolish." Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin advanced to the Source Ancestor stage a few years ago, and when they left the clan to train outside, their cultivations had already reached the 2-star Source Ancestor stage, which is not much different from you before yesterday. After not seeing each other for a few years, their cultivations must be even stronger than before. If you were to really fight with the two of them today, wouldn't you be playing right into their hands? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan was slightly startled at first, but soon after, he gently smiled. He received the tea that Lianer had brought over and took a sip. He turned around and sat on a chair to the side, shrugged his shoulders and said, I already know all of this. Moreover, Xiao Dingtian had already said so much yesterday. If I don't accept it, I'm afraid he will use even more excuses. In any case, the outcome will be the same. Why should I beat around the bush and waste my breath on him? You brat, if you didn't accept, this old man could still deal with him a little. Now that you've said it, there's no room for negotiation. Xiao Mingyuan hatefully said. There's no need to negotiate. He's here. Xiaoyan smiled and turned his gaze towards the front door of the courtyard outside the hall. At this moment, a youth was standing there. It was none other than Xiao Feng without a doubt. Chapter 1436. Xiao Feng slowly walked into the hall, and everyone's gazes landed on him. Lianer looked at him with some lingering fear. When she saw Xiao Xian walk in, she quickly hid behind Xiao Xian. I didn't expect you to call me. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. He looked at Xiao Feng in front of him and spoke with a smile. Xiao Mingyuan was also stunned by the former's appearance. He was a little surprised. Even Xiao Dingtian had no authority to order the prince to do anything, but the outcome was actually like this. I'm here on my own behalf, and it has nothing to do with Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Feng slowly shook his head and continued, I'm just curious. Do you really intend to accept the challenge without any other preparations? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and could not help but smile. He immediately teased. He then teased, "Are you concerned about your opponent? I just feel that it's not worth it. You should know the strength of Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Even if you can defeat one of them, it will be enough for you to use all your strength. From the moment you agreed to this battle, you were already destined to lose." Xiao Feng stared at Xiao Yan and said in a deep tone. Even Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the latter. Although these words weren't pleasant to the ears, it was the truth. Regardless of how one looked at it, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly lose if he were to face two even stronger experts from the Source sect by himself. The price of this battle was something that they were clearly aware of in their hearts. This was also the reason why Xiao Mingyuan wished to prevent Xiao Yan from participating in this battle. It's a great taboo to be afraid before the battle. Hearing this, Xiao Yan merely smiled and replied with a sentence. Following which, he once again spoke. Xiao Yan appreciates the prince's intentions, but a man must do what he says. This battle concerns the survival of me and my grandson in the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan has no way out. The Xiao clan is huge, and you have the patriarch and first elder behind you. If you are in trouble, they will definitely help you. How can you say that you have no way out? Xiao Feng frowned. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. A ferocious anger surfaced on his calm face as he suddenly roared. If that's the case, why didn't they stop Bai Hua when she was in danger? That night, there were so many pairs of eyes watching with their own eyes. Why didn't they help? Tell me. Xiao Feng's words instantly ignited the fury that Xiao Yan had been suppressing for the past few days. His eyes instantly turned scarlet as he stared at Xiao Mingyuan. Where was the third elder of the Xiao clan at that time? Xiao Yan. At that time, I went out to handle some matters and only returned to the clan at 10 in the morning. When I found out about that matter, an ashamed expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Mingyuan's old face when he was stared at by Xiao Yan in this manner. He knew that Xiao Yan had an extremely good relationship with the people beside him and understood the position they held in Xiao Yan's heart. However, even he was quite helpless with regards to that matter. It wasn't that the patriarch didn't want to interfere in that matter, but once he did, the three elders would definitely use this as an excuse to make things difficult for Xiao Yan. At that time, even if they could save Bai Hua, the matter would be completely blown up. They might not be able to continue staying in the Xiao clan. It was also because of this that the patriarch and the three elders kept each other in check and didn't interfere. But now, Xiao Mingyuan also understood that it was too late for him to say anything. Sigh. Xiao Mingyuan sighed helplessly. He also regretted that he didn't hurry back to the clan as soon as possible, which led to the irreversible situation. After a long while, Xiao Yan gradually woke up from his anger. He looked at Xiao Xian and saw the latter nodding his head. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and said with some exhaustion, "The two of you please return." Once he said those words, he ignored the two of them, turned around and returned to his room. Last night, Xiao Yan did not sleep at all because of the medicinal pill. Now that he had vented, he finally felt a tiredness that could not be stopped from climbing into his mind. At this moment, Xiao Yan only wanted to have a good sleep. In the hall, Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Feng looked at each other and saw a helpless expression in each other's eyes. Since the matter had already been decided, it was no longer something they could change. Moreover, the matter yesterday was seen and heard by more than half of the Xiao clan. Even if the patriarch stepped in, he wouldn't be able to easily change it. It was likely that they could only pray that Xiao Yan wouldn't be defeated by the two of them. However, just as the two of them walked out of the hall and arrived at the courtyard outside, another familiar figure appeared outside the door. Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Feng raised their eyes and looked over. This person was actually Xiao Tian. "You can't be here to persuade him to give up, right?" Xiao Feng said slowly as he looked at Xiao Tian in front of him. The crown prince had always been independent in the clan. Although there were many elders supporting him, he didn't have a good relationship with most of the clan's disciples. The person in front of him was one of them. "So, you have already persuaded Xiao Yan?" Hearing this, a surprised expression appeared on Xiao Tian's face. With the subtle relationship between Xiao Yan and the former, he actually took the initiative to persuade Xiao Yan to give up? If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything more. He won't give up. Even if the patriarch steps in today to persuade him, he won't waver in the slightest. Unfortunately, I'm not here to persuade him to give up. I'm here to ask him to accept the challenge. The moment Xiao Feng finished speaking, Xiao Tian sneered and bowed to Xiao Mingyuan. After which, he walked past the two of them and went straight to the main hall. At the same time, an invitation letter appeared in his hand. Xiao Yan, the great deacon, has ordered me to invite you to accept the challenge. Striding into the hall, Xiao Tian casually waved his hand and threw the invitation letter in his hand towards Xiao Yan, who had his back facing him. Just as the invitation letter was about to hit Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Tian leisurely raised his hand and caught it. At the same time, he turned around to face Xiao Yan. What is this? Looking at the invitation letter in his hand that was sealed, Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Tian and asked indifferently. At the same time, the two people who had yet to leave followed closely behind and entered the hall. Their gazes simultaneously fell on the invitation letter in Xiao Yan's hand. Since this challenge is based on where you will go, then naturally, it has to be more formal. Open the invitation letter and imprint your spiritual imprint. After this, the invitation letter will be publicized in the clan. No. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Mingyuan's and Xiao Feng's exclamations were emitted, the spiritual strength between Xiao Yan's brows had already invaded the ironing post. The instant the ironing post was opened, a flame symbol was imprinted on it. Bus. On the other side, in a huge fighting arena within the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan's name slowly appeared on a stone tablet. Above it were two other names, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Chapter 1437. The Xiao clan's battle arena was the largest battle arena in the Xiao clan. The area was extremely wide and it was about 1,000 feet wide. The entire arena was made up of a hump that had been cut horizontally. It had once hosted countless battles within the clan. Even the clan gathering would be held here. For many years, the stone platform had been eroded by time and the impact of battles. However, there weren't many traces left on it. Usually there would be many disciples of the Xiao clan sparring and training here. Today's battle arena had undoubtedly welcomed the most exciting moment in the past 2 years. This was because the ones who were going to fight on the stage were the most powerful younger generation in the Xiao clan and Xiao Yan, whose name had spread throughout the Xiao clan within a short month. Most importantly, this battle wasn't just a battle between the most powerful generation. Even the entire event was related to the fate of Xiao Yan and his ancestor, Xiao Xian. Could be said to be a matter of survival. Around the fighting arena, there were rows of seats that were connected to the stone platform itself. At this moment, the seats that few people usually stepped on were filled with a black mass of heads. There were even many people who rushed over from outside the arena, pouring in continuously like a tide. This time around, the exchange between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei had indeed attracted the attention of quite a number of members of the Xiao clan. This was especially the case for the younger generation of the Xiao clan. They were even more curious. Compared to the peak experts among the younger generation of the Xiao clan, just what kind of strength did this clan member who had returned from the outside world possess? Even though they had heard many things about Xiao Yan before this, curiosity and suspicion were human instincts. Everything couldn't be considered true before they witnessed it with their own eyes. Today it was the best opportunity to verify all the rumors. At the top of the seats on both sides of the martial arts arena, there were some seats that were clearly more luxurious. At this moment, a portion of the clan's elders who held authority were seated on these seats. These people were basically invited by Xiao Dingtian. From their current positions, they were able to look down from a high vantage point, allowing them to see every single part of the arena. At this very moment, two handsome young men were standing in the middle of the fighting arena. If one were to carefully look at them, there was indeed less of the arrogance that belonged to a young man between the brows of these two people. Instead, there was a weather-beaten calmness and introspection. The few years of training outside allowed the two of them to have an even broader understanding of this continent. Not only had their strength increased, even their intelligence and physiques were greatly different from those of the same age. Looking at the eager faces of their peers in the surrounding viewing platform, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. After which, they helplessly shrugged their shoulders and didn't say anything. At the top of the stone platform, Xiao Dingtian looked at the noisy crowd below and the stone platform that was still empty. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Looking at the situation on the stone tablet, it was obvious that Xiao Yan had left a spiritual imprint on the iron tablet. However, it had been a long time. Why hadn't the latter appeared? What is going on? Looking at the color of the sky, it is clearly close to noon. It has been 4 to 6 hours since the beginning of the morning. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Xiao Dingtian muttered softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, someone beside him immediately stepped forward to welcome him. Immediately go to Xiao Yan's residence to check. It has been so long. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Tell him that if he doesn't appear within an hour, this old man will treat it as him admitting defeat and bear the consequences. Xiao Dingtian ordered in a low voice. Just as the guard beside him was about to leave, Everyone's gazes suddenly turned towards the entrance of the battle arena in the next moment. A few figures had unknowingly appeared there. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly Xiao Yan and the rest. At this moment, the third elder Xiao Mingyuan, Crown Prince Xiao Feng, Xiao Tian and the rest were beside the ladder. Wow! When the main character appeared, the entire battle arena was in an uproar. Numerous gazes fell on Xiao Yan. As the main character of today's battle arena, Xiao Yan had made everyone wait for a long time. At this moment, the earth-shattering collision that everyone had been anticipating was finally about to arrive. At the center of the battle arena, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin's gazes had also landed on Xiao Yan, who had arrived late. As expected of a 3-star source ancestor. He only broke through yesterday. With such a cultivation, isn't it a little too much for the two of us to suppress him? Sensing Xiao Yan's cultivation, the two brothers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Xiao Zhuobin even sneered and teased the person beside him. This is more or less an order from your biological grandfather. Aren't you afraid that the old man will be disappointed by your words? Hearing this, Xiao Lei curled his lips and rolled his eyes at the latter. Aren't you afraid? If it wasn't for the fact that we didn't want to be restricted by their pedantic rules, why would the two of us apply to leave the clan to train before even going through the clan sacrifice? After these words were spoken, the two of them immediately fell silent. They looked at Xiao Yan, who was slowly walking over as if there was no one around him, and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, another pitiful person restrained by pedantry. That's right. Although you and I have been ordered to return by the clan, Big Brother and the rest seem to still be outside. Xiao Lei looked at Xiao Yan, and his eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of something. That's right. It's said that his cultivation is about to break through, and he won't be back for a while. Speaking of which, second sister is still looking for medicinal ingredients for his breakthrough. I met her once a month ago. TSK, not only has his cultivation risen, even his alchemy skills have neared rank 7. Xiao Zhuobin frowned and slowly sighed. Rank 7? How terrifying. Even with third elder's alchemy skills, he is at most rank 8. This disciple of his seems to be even more astonishing than him. I have heard earlier that this little brother Xiao Yan of ours seems to be an alchemist of quite a high tier. I wonder just what kind of explosive scene it would be if he were to meet second sister. Xiao Lei's words had just faded when Xiao Zhuobin, who was staring at Xiao Yan, let out a burst of laughter. This caused Xiao Lei's eyebrows to twitch again, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. If Xiao Yan's mere cultivation of a 3-star source ancestor was not enough to surprise him, then if he added his identity as an alchemist, his talent was truly terrifying. A solemn expression gradually surfaced on Xiao Lei's face as he looked at the skinny figure that was walking over. An outsider was actually able to raise his cultivation and alchemy skills to such an extent. From this, one could see just how strong he was. Compared to these flowers that were being nurtured in a greenhouse within the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan's strength was absolute. Chapter 1438. On the arena, Xiao Yan slowly walked to the center of the arena. When he felt the two gazes that were directed at him, he shook his head gently to get rid of the tiredness in his mind. He then cupped his fist towards the two and said, Xiao Yan, Xiao Lei, Xiao Zhuobin. Xiao Lei, who was wearing a purple robe, took a step forward and cupped his fist in response. Xiao Zhuobin, who was wearing a green robe, raised his chin and followed with a smile. On the elders' seats, Xiao Dingtian slowly stood up from his seat when he saw that Xiao Yan had finally entered the arena. At the same time, the remaining clan elders on both sides also followed suit and stood up. Their gazes immediately landed on Xiao Yan's 3-man group below. This was especially the case when they looked at Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan. Admiration that could not be hidden surged out from their turbid old eyes. Everyone present was naturally familiar with Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. The two of them were the grandsons of Xiao Gan and Xiao Dingtian respectively. They also had quite a bit of prestige in the Xiao clan. Especially after returning from their training, their cultivation had increased by quite a bit. After this, the clan would definitely entrust them with important tasks. Their futures could be said to be bright. Forget about Xiao Yan's status within the Xiao clan in the future. Whether he would be able to stay in the clan was another matter altogether. Xiao Yan, since you have left your soul imprint on the broad boundary tablet, today, no one can change the result of this battle. If you can win against Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, you can participate in the clan gathering. Otherwise, if I lose, I will leave on my own and never come back. Before Xiao Dingtian's voice from the elder's seat sounded, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded and interrupted him. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also slowly turned his head. His gaze stared at the old man seated at the top of the seats. The expression in his eyes was indifferent. "Ah, you have some courage." At this moment, a short and fat old man slowly walked over from beside Xiao Dingtian. His gaze similarly paused on Xiao Yan. After which, he exchanged glances with Xiao Zhuobin and smiled in return. Only then did he look at the person in front of him. It's just a battle of words. In front of absolute strength he has no chance of winning. Xiao Dingtian stared at Xiao Yan and spoke coldly. "Old fellow, you're even more stubborn than me. It's only a junior, so why do you have to lower yourself to go against him? After all, those words of yours are only guesses. Isn't it a bit too heartless to chase them out of the clan before it's verified?" Xiao Gan looked down at Xiao Yan and said in an indifferent voice. "Hey, it's this old man's fault. Didn't you also violate this kid's taboo when you took the summer grass that day? I'm afraid he won't let it go." Xiao Dingtian smiled mockingly. The latter couldn't help but curl his lips. After all, Xiao Dingtian was in charge of everything in the clan. He could even capture some of Xiao Dingtian's movements in such detail. Then he explained, "Among the juniors of the clan, only Tianer's cultivation is the weakest. Although it has something to do with age, it's not a solution for him to remain at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. He had no choice but to take the Sumeru grass. Moreover, this old man has already given Xiao Xian a chance. If he really attacked, I wouldn't be able to stop him with just 30% of his strength. Don't you feel that Xiao Xian is a bit strange?" Hearing this, Xiao Dingtian was slightly surprised. He quickly recalled what had happened recently, especially what had happened to Xiao Xian. He couldn't help but voice his doubts. "You're talking about his cultivation?" Xiao Gan raised his eyebrows. The latter immediately nodded and said, "That's right." He comprehended two great Dao powers at the same time. With such powerful battle prowess, his cultivation actually stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. Even if he really has a wasted bloodline, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be because of the cultivation technique? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Gan spoke with a doubtful expression. However, he immediately shook his head, unable to come to a conclusion. The returnance art is the most profound cultivation technique in the world. However, once the 3 volumes of the cultivation technique are gathered in one's body, one's cultivation will never encounter a bottleneck before the Origin Saint realm. However, Xiao Xian's situation doesn't seem to be caused by cultivating the returnance art. As if he understood Xiao Gan's thoughts, Xiao Dingtian slowly shook his head and sighed softly. Then his gaze fell again and looked at the arena. Although there were quite a lot of words between the two old men, on the whole, it was merely a passing thought. At this moment in the arena, Xiao Yan had once again withdrawn his gaze. After a simple courteous introduction between the three of them, they were finally about to welcome the fight that everyone was looking forward to. "Haha, since you've come to the Xiao clan, this is your home. You don't have to leave. Brother Xiao Yan, you don't have to worry about that old man's crazy words." Xiao Lei frowned and glanced at the two old men on the arena. The two of them shrugged their shoulders and curled their lips with a strange expression. Then they laughed mischievously at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel stunned. His emotions were also slightly stirred. Compared to the other members of the Xiao clan, the two young men in front of him gave him a feeling of kinship. At the very least, their eyes were much more direct when they looked at him. They were unlike the other members of the Xiao clan, who were filled with hesitation and hesitation. "Ah, how about this? Between the two of us, I'm the older one. Therefore, Zhuobin will accompany you in the first battle. Otherwise, the two old men will make things difficult for you." Xiao Lei patted Xiao Zhuobin's shoulder and smiled at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuobin immediately nodded. Then he smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "That's good. That's fine as well. I was just curious as well. As an alchemist, to what extent can your combat strength reach?" Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt a little moved when he saw the sincere smiles that were revealed on the faces of the two of them. Only people who revealed their true feelings in this manner could be considered true blood relatives. Xiao Lei's arrangement had, to a great extent, helped Xiao Yan avoid some trouble. After all, it was still considered normal if he could defeat Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan by taking turns to fight. However, if he could even win against two opponents by himself, forget about those elders on the stage, it was likely that even the audience present would not be able to accept it. However, Xiao Yan only smiled at Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin's words. He slowly walked forward and cupped his hands gratefully at the two of them. He smiled and said, "Xiao Yan appreciates your kind intentions. However, this battle isn't just for these people to watch. I want the elders on the arena to understand that I, Xiao Yan, have the qualifications to participate in the clan meeting and also have the qualifications to stay in the Xiao clan. As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of the two people in front of him suddenly froze. Then they looked at each other and could not help but reveal a hint of shame in their eyes. From their point of view, since Xiao Yan had joined the Xiao clan, it meant that they had a brotherly relationship with him. This was why they wanted to lend him a hand. However, they had forgotten that other than being from the same clan, they were also opponents in this fighting arena. Facing an opponent head-on was the greatest respect they could give him. Therefore, the two of you, please come at me together. Chapter 1439. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin immediately exchanged glances with each other. Without any hesitation, they nodded heavily and retreated several hundred feet. Xiao Yan turned his head and glanced at Xiao Dingtian, who was frowning as he stared at him from the viewing platform. The corner of his mouth lifted into an arc. Soon after, his hand suddenly waved in the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge black ruler landed in his hand. As the heavy ruler entered his hand, it brought about a wind filled with pressure. Pointing diagonally at the ground, a strong wind blew up the dust on the ground. Soon after, it violently shook. With a puff, sound, raging flames covered the entire huge ruler in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the area also abruptly rose at this moment. It is indeed a heavenly flame. On the viewing platform, Xiao Dingtian looked at the raging flames that covered the entire ruler, and his old eyes immediately revealed an astonished expression. Even the other elders present also had an astonished expression as they stared at the flames that were attached to the ruler's body, and their eyes revealed a blazing expression. Xiao Yan's expression gradually recovered its indifference. His hand, which was holding the huge ruler, became increasingly tighter. A moment later, his feet abruptly took a step forward. At the spot where his feet landed, the unusually hard black rock slab actually had a couple of crack lines formed. At the same time, a turbulent force and pressure also abruptly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. An indifferent cold cry spread throughout the entire place. Xiao Yan, 3-star origin sect. Please give me some pointers. Hua. The moment these words were spoken, the people present could not help but exclaim. An uproar resounded across the entire place. Countless gazes instantly gathered on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. Is this fellow crazy? He wants to fight against two people by himself? A few years ago, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin were not much inferior to him. Now Xiao Yan actually dares to be so arrogant and fight against two people by himself. He is simply overestimating himself. I'm afraid he knows he's going to lose, so he's using this as an excuse. When the group of elders heard Xiao Yan's words, they immediately broke out into a discussion. As Xiao Dingtian's aides, these people were naturally filled with disdain towards Xiao Yan's actions. On the contrary, the latter had an astonished expression as he looked at Xiao Yan. Even he didn't think that Xiao Yan would actually be so crazy. Don't tell me you've given up? Or perhaps, like his ancestor, he has a life-ending trump card? Xiao Yan evaluated as if he was joking. However, when these words entered Xiao Dingtian's ears, it actually caused the latter's heart to abruptly thump. The cold smile that appeared on Xiao Dingtian's face when he looked over here surfaced in his mind. A feeling of uneasiness unconsciously surged from the bottom of his heart. He wants to stake everything on a single throw. Let's see how he will end up losing. A long while later, Xiao Dingtian coldly snorted. Subsequently, he no longer paid any attention to Xiao Yan and returned to his seat. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the arena. At this very moment, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin involuntarily nodded their heads when they felt the powerful aura and pressure from Xiao Yan's body. Without mentioning anything else, just this arrogant aura was enough to make them take him seriously. Good come. With a loud and clear cry, the two of them took a step forward in unison. With a wave of their hands, the weapons in their hands were thrown out. At the same time, two similarly powerful auras and pressure once again swept across the entire arena. Xiao Zhuobin, 4-star Source Sect, please accept the challenge. Xiao Lei, 5-star Source Sect, please accept the challenge. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar when these words were spoken. Just Xiao Yan's cultivation alone was enough to crush the majority of the younger generation of the Xiao clan. However, they never imagined that Xiao Zhuobin and Xiao Lei's cultivations would actually be so terrifying. One was a 4-star Source Sect while the other was a 5-star Source Sect. Both of their cultivations surpassed Xiao Yan's, and at this moment, the latter had to face both of them at the same time. There was an absolute disparity in their strength, and the outcome of this battle was naturally self-evident. At this very moment, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank when he felt the even more astonishing aura and pressure from Xiao Lei's body. The current situation was naturally the one he was most unwilling to see. It would be fine if the other party had 2 4-star Source Sect members, but if there was an additional 5-star Source Sect member, then the entire situation would become difficult to control. Although there was only a sliver of difference between the two parties in a true battle, this gap was akin to the gap between heaven and earth. What's more, Xiaoyan's cultivation had only recently advanced to the 3-star Source Sect level. As the auras within the bodies of the 3 people continued to rise, the atmosphere on the enormous stone stage instantly became tense. The surrounding uproar gradually became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 of them, waiting for the moment when they would erupt. At the center of the arena, Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Soon after, his eyes abruptly opened, raging flames flashing in his pitch-black pupils as Genesis Chi abruptly surged out from his body. At the same time, he released a low roar as his feet slammed into the ground. His body instantly tore through the air as he charged towards his 2 opponents. Clang. There weren't too many fancy moves. The collision between the 2 sides was the most explosive way possible. The giant ruler wrapped in flames viciously collided with the purple spear wreathed in lightning. A loud buzzing sound rang out, causing the invisible space to ripple for a split second. What a heavy blow. Feeling the shocking force coming down from the huge ruler, Xiao Lei's expression could not help but change slightly. After which he abruptly stepped back. Following which, he waved his long spear. Under the cover of the lightning, it fiercely pierced toward all parts of Xiaoyan's body. Ding 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 ding, the tip of the spear was sharp and its attack was swift and fierce. However, in comparison, the large ruler in Xiaoyan's hand did not fall behind. The tip of the ruler rotated and one after another, blocking all of the spear images. At the same time, the firm and fierce strength of the ruler also caused Xiao Lei to feel an intense pain in the web between his thumb and index finger. After more than 100 collisions, the 2 of them became more and more intense. Their body movements were so fast that some of the Shao clan's disciples on the spectator stand could no longer see their figures clearly. The rest of the people stared at them with burning eyes, unwilling to let go of even a single moment. They even exclaimed from time to time. It was also at this moment that Xiao Zhuobin on the other side held a long sword in his hand. He waved the sword and numerous afterimages gradually solidified in the empty space. After which they transformed into countless sword glows. As the long sword was suddenly swung out horizontally, the sword glows carried a wave of sharp sonic booms as they shot toward Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, be careful. This is the skill that made him famous, falling wind shadow swords. Xiao Lei reminded him with a laugh after he forced Xiaoyan to retreat. Hearing this, Xiaoyan did not even turn his head. Instead, he used his majestic soul power to cover the entire area, allowing the sword radiances to shoot toward him. The giant ruler in his hand was raised above his head. Flames gathered and he slashed down fiercely. Have a taste of my move, 7-layer Heaven Breaker Ruler. Astonishing ruler light abruptly shot out. Xiao Lei was surprised. He did not expect Xiaoyan to ignore his back and attack him instead. He did not dare to hesitate any longer as he spun the spear in his hand. Lightning flickered as surging Genesis Chi frantically gathered. In the blink of an eye, a lightning dragon had formed on the spear and was thrust forward. 9 Heavens Lightning. Rumble. The 2 Do skills collided with each other and an explosion sounded. Xiao Lei's body hurriedly pulled back. He raised his head and looked over. He was unable to see the exact situation at the center of the energy explosion. However, he was able to clearly see that numerous ruler lights shot out from the center of the arena that was filled with energy. They emitted waves of continuous collision sounds and completely shattered the sword shadows that fell like a storm. At the center of the arena, a sliver of surprise flitted across Xiao Zhuobin's eyes as he watched Xiaoyan's figure rapidly dashing towards him. He was of the wind attribute, and was thus rather sensitive to speed. Yet, Xiaoyan was able to unleash such astonishing speed with his mere cultivation of a 3-star Genesis ancestor. This truly surprised Xiao Zhuobin a little. Even so, Xiao Zhuobin still pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot when Xiaoyan was within 10 meters of him. His figure immediately flickered, appearing at Xiaoyan's side in the blink of an eye, crossing paths with the charging figure. The sword in Xiao Zhuobin's hand was swung horizontally. Sharp sword chi tore through space, heading straight for Xiaoyan's vitals. However, just as the sword light was about to hit Xiaoyan's body, the latter's body was strangely submerged in space under Xiao Zhuobin's shocked gaze. In the next instant, a hand slowly pressed against Xiao Zhuobin's back. With a gentle shake, his body immediately shot forward. Only after he was 100 feet away did he stop with a face filled with disbelief. He immediately turned around to look at the arena and involuntarily cried out. You have not comprehended the Grand Tao of Fire, but the Grand Tao of Void? Haha, I have never said that I have comprehended the Grand Tao of Fire. At this moment, a faint mocking laughter was suddenly transmitted from behind Xiao Zhuobin. When he turned his head, he quickly saw a smiling Xiao Yan. Shock once again rose in his heart. TSK, it seems that we have all underestimated you. At this moment, Xiao Lei stepped forward once again. He raised his hand and looked at the blood stain on his palm. He could not help but grin. The two of them had been training outside for so long. They did not expect that they would still suffer because they underestimated someone else's strength. Although Xiao Yan's combat strength was not lacking, this point still made the two of them feel uncomfortable. Since this is the case, we have to show our true strength. Xiao Zhuobin's figure flashed and appeared beside Xiao Lei in the blink of an eye. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they looked at Xiao Yan in front of them and mocked. Hehe, I heard that brother Xiao Yan has also cultivated the fury of the fire god, one of the three fury of the gods. Why don't you let us have a try today? Your fury of the fire god is comparable to our fury of the thunder god and fury of the wind god. P.S. Recently I have learned about some readers from other platforms. Sorry I can't see your comments. Cry. Because this book is available on Qidian and QQ. If you have any questions or opinions, you can leave a message in the comments section of these two websites. I will read every comment. You can also search the public account, Time's Ill-Fated Fate. I will also read it. I will try my best to respond and satisfy everyone. Chapter 1440. Wind God's Fury. Thunder God's Fury. On the battle stage, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin swiftly exchanged a look before nodding heavily. Their figures moved in tacit understanding as they rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared near the spectator stands. The trio were quite far apart from each other, leaving a huge gap between them. As two shouts soared into the sky, surging Genesis chi gushed out from their bodies. Hurricanes swirled and thunder roared in the sky. They gathered above the two figures and gradually turned into two solid and mighty figures. An extremely heavy and powerful aura spread out from them, causing all the members of the Xiao clan to reveal a shocked expression. Compared to what they had seen in the past, the two giant gods before their eyes were the true wind god's fury and thunder god's fury. Thick bolts of purple lightning coiled around the giant statue's body like pythons. As the lightning twisted, a series of crackling sounds immediately rang out in the air. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that the formless space had been forcefully torn apart by the lightning. Within a certain radius of the space, countless purple lightning snakes wantonly slithered about like living creatures, faintly forming a gigantic lightning net. Within the net, the aura of Xiao Lei's body once again soared. On the other side, Xiao Zhuobin was not to be outdone. Winds gradually rose as the sky changed. An astringent hurricane swept across the entire arena, causing a chill to surge in the hearts of anyone who came into contact with it. Fearful gazes landed on the two figures. Several of the people present could not help but feel a sliver of pity for Xiao Yan. The absolute suppression in terms of cultivation coupled with such a powerful dose skill made it impossible for Xiao Yan to withstand it even if he went all out. Aha, little brother Xiao Yan, this purple lightning of mine has mutated due to a fortuitous encounter, making it even stronger than ordinary lightning attribute experts. This 1000 lightning domain is a secret technique that I have created myself. I wonder how confident you are in succeeding? Xiao Lei laughed heartily, the boldness in his words evident. The giant lightning python coiled around his body released a low roar, its aura astonishing. Falling Wind Abyss. This is a secret technique that I have comprehended while practicing the wind god's fury. Little brother Xiao Yan, will you be able to withstand it? Xiao Zhuobin knit his brows and smiled. His body shook as he suddenly took a step forward. A frightening wind pressure instantly descended from the sky within the enormous fighting arena. The entire stone platform appeared to have fallen into an endless abyss in an instant. Even the expression of the current Xiao Yan could not help but change. Both secret techniques that you have created yourself? How astonishing. The endless wind pressure that forcefully descended from the sky above caused Xiao Yan's body to sink slightly. He muttered, but there was not the slightest fear in his heart. Withstanding the wind pressure, Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and looked at the two towering figures. The corner of his mouth could not help but lift into a fanatical smile. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a situation. Today he was going to have a hearty battle. Suddenly, a clear and loud roar burst out from Xiao Yan's mouth. His sinking body suddenly shook and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. A powerful aura surged out from his body. Xiaoyan did not move much as he stood there. Instead, he raised his hands and clapped heavily. What was surprising was that a heavy sound like metal colliding was emitted from his palms. At this moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Xiaoyan's body. Giant elephant art. The golden body condensed into a dazzling light. Everyone looked over and saw that the domineering aura from the burly golden body was not the slightest bit inferior to the previous two. However, before they could think of anything else, the burly golden body suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. An astonishing pillar of fire abruptly shot out, swiftly enveloping the golden body under everyone's astonished gazes. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a blazing body. Fury of the Fire God. The perfect combination of the giant elephant art and the fury of the fire god, as well as the extreme display of his physical strength and Genesis Chi, allowed Xiaoyan's condition to reach a whole new level. Come and fight. The giant covered in blazing flames suddenly let out a deep roar. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground trembled. His enormous body charged forward like a wild bull. However, Xiao Lei and the other man on the opposite side did not mind at all. They emitted an explosive cry from their mouths. Soon after, they waved their enormous fists. Wind and lightning intertwined as they furiously charged toward Xiaoyan. Bang! A muffled explosion immediately rang out. There wasn't any excess Genesis Chi, and the only thing that swept out was the distorted and shattered space ripples caused by the collision between the two sides. At this time, the huge fighting arena was also destroyed into a pile of rubble after several collisions between the three of them. The three did not use any superfluous techniques. Instead, they relied purely on the power of their bodies. Every punch landed on flesh as they wantonly squandered their strength, using the simplest method to carry out the intense battle between the three of them. As the saying goes, the greatest truths are the simplest. Every time a punch landed, the space would break. As the fist and the palm collided, the huge battle arena turned into ruins in an instant. Ah, good. The past 2 years have been filled with danger, and it has been a long time since I've been able to fight to my heart's content like today. Brother Xiaoyan is truly extraordinary. How satisfying. The three of them exchanged an intense and explosive collision. After retreating to a certain distance, Xiao Lei could not help but raise his head and laugh heartily. With a twist of his body, the sound of bones colliding immediately rang out under the enormous illusory figure. Soon after, he turned his gaze and looked towards Xiao Zhuobin. The two of them smiled in tacit understanding. Quickly, they raised their hands and formed a seal with their 10 fingers. Their movements were shockingly similar. Brother Xiaoyan, this move was created by the combined efforts of us brothers. It also borrows the fury of wind and thunder. If you can beat us in this move today, it will be considered your victory. How about it? Loud laughter rang out. Sure enough, everyone present saw the giant phantasm of wind god's fury and thunder god's fury gradually dim at this moment. All of the energy on the phantasm gradually fused together under the control of the two of them, transforming into a phantasm of wind and thunder. At the same time, an even more powerful and astonishing pressure gradually spread from it. Xiaoyan slowly shut his eyes when he saw this. He exhaled a long breath of air. Soon after, both of his eyes were suddenly opened. A heavenly flame appeared in his eyes. At the same time, an arrogant laughter was emitted. I couldn't ask for more. Let's fight. Chapter 1441. Xiaoyan's group stood solemnly on the martial arena that was like a wasteland. The three enormous statues scattered and revealed their true faces. At the same time, a strange illusionary image of wind and lightning interweaving once again agglomerated in front of Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. This Do technique is formed from the merger of the fury of wind and lightning. Although I don't dare to say that its strength is comparable to a great Dao technique, it is not inferior to a middle-level E-class Do technique. Brother Xiaoyan, be careful. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin reminded loudly in a tacit manner. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. First, there was a self-created secret technique. Then there was a merged Do technique. The talent of the two people in front of him was so high that it was frightening. A long while later, Xiaoyan finally inhaled a deep breath of air. He immediately exhaled and the seal formed by his hands changed. Immediately, fierce, heavenly flames surged out from his body in all directions. After which, they swiftly separated and agglomerated into 4 clusters of heavenly flames. The 4 clusters of heavenly flames floated in the sky. The frighteningly high temperature caused the air in this place to instantly become dry. It was fortunate that the cultivation of everyone present was not low. Hence, they were able to withstand it. Even though this was the case, shock still surged within the eyes of quite a number of people. Heavenly flames was currently the most difficult energy to control in this world. It was unexpected that not only did it appear in Xiao Yan's hands, but he had even grasped a total of 4 of them. This number could really be described with the word, frightening. At this moment, on the elders' seats, a rich expression of disbelief climbed onto everyone's faces the instant Xiao Yan separated the 4 clusters of flames. Even the hearts of Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan were currently filled with endless shock. That is, the fallen heart flame? Could it be the actual body of the first elder of the Cloud Immortal sect, Huozhu? How could such a person be swallowed and refined by him? At a certain spot in the viewing gallery, Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing beside Xiao Xian's group, saw this scene in the arena. His eyes immediately focused and his expression involuntarily became somewhat stunned. However, compared to the scene in front of them, the following scene caused everyone present to feel even more terrified. Following the appearance of the heavenly flames, Xiao Yan did not make any unnecessary movements. His hands clapped in a practiced manner and directly mixed them together. The fierce flames swiftly merged. This sudden scene also caused the gazes of everyone present to solidify for an instant. Soon after, everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Their eyes were instantly filled with shock as they looked at the calm expression of Xiao Yan in the arena. An uproar followed and resounded over the place. This lunatic. Does he not want to live? With the exception of a small portion, the remaining people were currently staring at Xiao Yan in the arena with shocked and terrified expressions. Some of the elders in the elders' seats had even stood up and prepared to deal with any unexpected occurrences. On the other hand, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yan had become much calmer after experiencing the shock earlier. They stared at Xiao Yan's face, which was as calm as before. Their hearts were filled with curiosity about this action of his. The Xiao Lei duo's gazes swept across the 4 heavenly flames in front of Xiao Yan as a faint look of astonishment flitted across their eyes. Soon after, they smiled at each other and moved their hands. After images appeared one after another. As their hand seals changed, Genesis Chi frantically poured into the phantasm in front of them. Until a certain moment, the wild wind that was howling in the sky suddenly came to a standstill. The enormous illusory figure that had merged with wind and lightning also gradually stopped wiggling at this moment. A monstrous and shocking aura slowly spread out from it. Absolute strength caused the entire place to tremble unceasingly. The expressions of everyone in the surrounding viewing platforms changed when they sensed the monstrous aura that spread from the giant phantasm's body. Under the cover of such a terrifying aura, a dejected feeling of defeat rose in their hearts. A chilling aura of death unwittingly surfaced in their hearts. It was as if all life would be completely extinguished under this power. What an astonishing fusion Do skill. Yes, a merged Do technique is different from an ordinary Do technique that one practices. The strength of this kind of secret technique will greatly increase as the strength of both parties who practice it continues to increase. Once this strength reaches its peak, it will be incomparable. High up in the viewing platform, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan watched this scene unfold in the arena. A gratified expression involuntarily flowed out from their old eyes. It was rare for a junior to be like this. We shall name this move, Fury of Wind Lightning. At this moment, the consciousness of the 2 brothers seemed to have merged into one. A buzzing sound that shook one's soul was slowly spat out from their mouths. Even the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm opened its mouth. This move is very strong. In the viewing platform, Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was tightly fixed on the Fury of Wind Lightning phantasm. His low voice was filled with worry. Don't worry, he won't lose. By the side, Xiao Xian slowly exhaled. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. His pitch-black eyes were filled with confidence. Although the giant phantasm on the stage was powerful, the power of the thing that had condensed between Xiao Yan's hands would definitely surpass it. The 2 of you try and receive my Buddha's fiery lotus. In the arena, Xiao Yan, who was under everyone's gazes, slowly opened his hands. The instant light blossomed from his palms, a gorgeous fire lotus also slowly bloomed. The strange thing was that after the fire lotus was born, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became silent. In the elders' seating area, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Gan stared at the fire lotus that appeared in Xiao Yan's palm in shock. The air was so quiet that they could even clearly hear their own heartbeats. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan gently pushed his hands forward. The fire lotus looked harmless as it gently swayed in the air and slowly flew forward. Looking at the enormous phantasm, The difference between the two was like the difference between a mountain range and a cloud crane. Phew! When the gorgeous fire lotus streaked across the sky, Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian, who were waiting calmly, exhaled at the same time. They clasped their hands together and slowly leaned forward. A terrifying pressure descended along with the collapse of the giant phantasm. Wrath of wind thunder. Limitless waves of wind swept to both sides like an invisible tsunami. Terrifying wind pressure fell from above. The unstoppable lightning mercilessly broke through the void like a hot knife through butter, shooting straight at the fire lotus like a long spear. However, in the void less than a meter away from the fire lotus, the lightning strangely distorted and disappeared. Everyone in the area held their breaths and focused their attention. Their eyes were focused intently on everything that was about to happen in the arena. At this moment, even their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. Countless number of eyes reflected the enormous wind-lightning illusory image with a majestic aura and the seemingly brilliant fire lotus. Until the next moment, an earth-shaking collision suddenly erupted. Chapter 1442. Boom. The frozen atmosphere between the heavens and the earth only lasted for a moment before it was broken by an earth-shattering explosion. The white clouds in the blue sky were also swept away in an instant. The terrifying collision was like a collision between meteorites. In an instant, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. The entire martial arena couldn't help but tremble at this moment. On the ground, cracks that were several meters wide rapidly spread out like a spider web. The martial arena that was built from an entire mountain peak rapidly collapsed under the impact of the terrifying energy. Stop the martial arena. We must not let this energy continue to spread. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyuan's shout resounded in the sky above the vast plaza. But before Xiao Dingtian and the others could make a move, golden energy pillars suddenly soared into the sky from the surroundings of the martial arena. They rapidly intertwined and formed a huge barrier in the blink of an eye that enveloped the entire martial arena. Xiao Xian stood in the air on the spectator stand. He waited until the seal in his hand was formed before withdrawing his gaze and looking at Xiao Yan and the others. This battle wasn't over yet. Buzz. Energy ripples that were filled with a destructive aura rapidly spread out from the point of impact. After which, they heavily bombarded the thick and huge array barrier around them. The terrifying energy directly caused the array barrier to violently shake in an instant. Waves of vast and mighty sounds that sounded like the ringing of a bell spread out. The powerful energy ripples made it impossible for the people present to see the situation clearly. But just by listening to the unceasing explosions, it still caused their hearts to surge. The terrifying ripples that continuously bombarded the barrier also caused the hearts of the people present to involuntarily beat violently. They were afraid that the barrier would suddenly explode. Crack, crack. In a short moment, a series of cracking sounds were heard from the formation barrier, causing the hearts of countless people to tremble. Xiao Xian couldn't help but knit his brows when he saw that the barrier couldn't hold on any longer. He waved his sleeve, and streams of light shot out from his storage ring and rapidly merged into the barrier. Waves of powerful energy once again spread out from the barrier, and the originally violently shaking barrier quickly stabilized at this moment. They've actually fought to this extent? Xiao Dingtian knitted his brows and sighed softly. When he lifted his head, he suddenly heard a sizzling sound coming from the center of the battlefield. Bolts of purple lightning charged out from the horizon and fiercely collided with the barrier. After which, they suddenly turned around and charged back, fiercely colliding with the fire lotus. At the same time, a terrifying hurricane began to howl within the formation, forming an astonishingly huge tornado. Green energy continued to converge as it continued to attack from above. Together with the lightning, it continued to descend. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled explosions sounded one after another until they finally completely disappeared. The purple-colored thunderbolt continued to charge toward the center of the explosion. The hearts of everyone present were suddenly startled. Numerous gazes instantly gathered and stared at the center of the energy ripple. From the looks of it, it appeared that Xiao Yan's fire lotus was ultimately unable to defeat the wind-lightning fury that Xiao Lei and the other man had displayed. Had this brat still lost in the end? It's about to end. The appearance of this scene caused many people to cry out in alarm. Although that was the case, they clearly understood that Xiao Yan was able to rely on his own strength to fight against two origin sect experts, who were stronger than him. Based on this point alone, he could not be considered to have lost. However, the bet was placed there and everything was irreversible. In the elder seating area, Xiao Dingtian let out a long sigh. His emotions were relaxed, but also melancholy and regret. Based on the current situation, it was clear that he had won the bet with Xiao Yan. However, after this battle, Xiao Yan's shocking and frightening combat strength had also been displayed. It was no exaggeration to say that within the current Xiao clan, there was no one in the same generation that possessed Xiao Yan's frightening combat strength. However, since the matter had already been decided, Xiao Yan would definitely have to leave the clan. Although he felt some regret in his heart, he was still the head of the inner pavilion. There were some things that he could not bring himself to do. What's going on? At this moment, a wave of bewilderment suddenly sounded from the viewing gallery. The audience, who had originally retracted their gazes and planned to sit back and wait for the result, had actually once again turned their gazes towards the battleground at this very moment. There seemed to be something that had exceeded their expectations slowly appearing at that spot. Something's not right. At this very moment, even Xiao Gan, who was beside Xiao Dingtian, suddenly focused his gaze. His gaze immediately turned towards the battleground, and his pair of old eyes were filled with shock. "Old man, I'm afraid the outcome of this battle will far exceed our expectations." Instantly, Xiao Dingtian suddenly regained his senses, and his gaze followed the former's gaze. In the next moment, his pair of old eyes were immediately stunned, and the expression on his old face gradually froze. At this very moment, the turbulent energy shockwave in the battleground that was enveloped by the array was slowly dispersing. The situation that was buried within had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. The huge battleground had now turned into a huge deep pit, and everything within it had been completely destroyed into nothingness. In the air, 3 figures were barely able to stand. Their faces were pale, and their clothes had been completely destroyed by the attack of the energy. As a result, their bodies were covered with wounds and bloodstains. But the most shocking thing wasn't these 3 figures, but at this very moment, after all the energy in the battleground had dissipated, there was still a small lotus core that was floating in the air. On it, there was a wisp of flame that seemed to be alive. It was wantonly jumping about, as though it was mocking the fury of wind and thunder that had already dissipated. Seeing this lotus core, Xiao Yan, who was covered in wounds, smiled brightly. He looked at the 2 brothers opposite him as though a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The 2 of them had also discovered this at this moment. At the same time, they were shocked in their hearts, but at the same time, they also heaved a sigh of relief. They grinned at Xiao Yan from afar, and the 2 of them raised their fists at the same time and gave a thumbs up to Xiao Yan. Outside the battleground, everyone present was like a wooden stake that stood still on the spot. Countless gazes were gathered on the small lotus core, and other than shock, their minds were completely blank. At this very moment, the faces of everyone present, even the group of elders who were seated in the elders' seats, were slowly filled with shock. At this moment, everyone knew that the so-called irreversible ending in their eyes was still successfully reversed by Xiao Yan in the end. Xiao Yan had won. Chapter 1443. After the battle in the battle arena ended, Xiao Yan's name swiftly swept across every corner of the Xiao clan like a hurricane. In the next few days, Xiao Yan became the focus of everyone's discussion. He had fought against 2 origin sect powerhouses and won. Such a shocking achievement could be said to be one of a kind. In a quiet secret chamber. A faint luster surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A joy that was difficult to hide appeared on his face as he sensed the powerful and majestic Genesis Qi within his body. Although he had consumed a lot of Genesis Qi in the battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, it allowed him to fully control the power he had obtained after his breakthrough. Not only had his aura completely stabilized, but it was also gradually rising. Xiao Yan twisted his cross-legged body. Immediately, a wave of bone collision sounds sounded like firecrackers. After relaxing for a moment, Xiao Yan finally waved his sleeves gently. A glow flashed on the storage ring on his finger. In the blink of an eye, rows of jade boxes were neatly placed on the ground in front of him. These jade boxes were currently emitting a dense medicinal fragrance that spread apart like a mist, causing one to be able to tell that they were definitely not ordinary things at a glance. These medicinal ingredients were needed to refine the Zong transformation pill. They could be considered extremely precious items. Any one of them would be in existence that had a price but no market in the outside world. However, regardless of how many of them were placed in front of Xiao Yan, they were all ordinary. Zong transformation pill, high-grade grade 7 medicinal pill. With a twist of his hand, a scroll landed in Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan unfurled the scroll and carefully studied all the information contained within. Even though Xiao Yan already knew the refinement method and some of the details of the Zong transformation pill in his heart, the refinement this time around was different from the past. Xiao Yan only possessed 1 meru grass, the core medicinal ingredient of the Zong transformation pill. In other words, Xiao Yan could not afford to make even the slightest mistake during the refinement of the zone transformation pill. The only thing he could do at this moment was naturally to repeatedly understand the refinement process in hopes of eliminating any possibility of failure. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yan finally put away the scroll in his hand. He closed and opened his eyes, memorizing all the information contained in the scroll in his mind. Then, his gaze slowly swept across the rows of snow-white jade boxes in front of him. He drew a light breath, suppressing all the emotions in his heart. After calming himself down, he flicked his finger, and a ray of black light suddenly flashed past. A low bell rang in the secret chamber, and a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron slammed to the ground. It was the Luo Heaven Cauldron. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The refinement method for the zone transformation pill once again flashed across his mind. Soon after, a fire glow appeared in his dark black eyes. A sharp expression surfaced between his brows. Immediately, he slammed his palm heavily on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The top of the cauldron emitted a bang sound as it was opened. At the same time, he extended his hand and beckoned. A suction force surged out from his palm. A jade box was immediately opened. Puff! Accompanied by a faint sound, a blazing mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the medicinal cauldron, frantically burning inside. As the mysterious flame rose, the runes on the surface of the Luo Heaven Cauldron unknowingly grew increasingly clear, as though they encompassed the world. Once the temperature within the cauldron had reached a certain level, Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand and the tender yellow root immediately rose into the air. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and a flame emitted a poochie sound as it agglomerated in the air around the root. Waves of hot temperature spread out, causing the color of the root to gradually change until it turned red. Only then did Xiao Yan throw it into the medicinal cauldron. Magnolia roots were born in the depths of the earth veins and were nourished by the power of the earth veins. Magnolia roots were extremely resilient, and if absorbed by earth or rock attribute cultivators, they would have a chance of greatly increasing the strength of their attributes, making their Genesis Chi more powerful. As the first ingredient of the zone transformation pill, the magnolia root's purpose was to increase the pill's tolerance to ensure that there would not be any changes due to changes in the flame temperature during the refining process. The refinement of the first medicinal ingredient lasted for a full hour or so. The subsequent refinement process would clearly not be any easier than this. The meticulous refinement of hundreds of medicinal ingredients would definitely require an extremely long time. Even though this was the case, it was under the premise that Xiao Yan was using the heavenly flame to refine them. Otherwise, it was likely that the refinement process of the medicinal ingredients would be even more difficult. It had to be said that to alchemists, strange flames were indeed a divine weapon in the truest sense. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly furrowed in a tight frown in the sealed chamber. Blazing flames frantically refined the various medicinal ingredients that were continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The number of jade boxes placed in front of Xiao Yan gradually decreased. Wave after wave of mixed medicinal fragrances lingered in the narrow space like mist. This continued until a certain moment when the final jade box placed in front of Xiao Yan was opened. After a difficult struggle with the heavenly flame, the medicinal ingredients inside were finally refined into a small cluster of the most essential powder. After the medicinal ingredient refinement was completed, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not ease up in the slightest. On the contrary, it became increasingly grave. The medicinal ingredient refinement was merely the first step in the entire medicinal pill refinement process. At this moment, he could be considered to be able to officially begin refining the zone transformation pill. What he had to face next was the most troublesome content. Rank 7 Zone Transformation Pill. To put it bluntly, this was the highest grade medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had come into contact with until now. The difficulty of refining this medicinal pill was self-evident. Moreover, there was only one chance to refine this medicinal pill. Once he failed, there would be no possibility of restarting the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan naturally understood this in his heart. Therefore, he did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of negligence on his face at this moment. Huff! Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the blazing flames burning in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He exhaled a long breath. At a certain moment his mind suddenly moved. With a wave of his large sleeve, those pure medicinal ingredients that were wrapped in flames and suspended in the air were all thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Without any explanation, he maneuvered all of his spiritual strength and focused all of his attention on controlling the flame within the cauldron. He suddenly compressed those pure medicinal ingredients that had been completely refined. The pill fusion began. Success or failure would depend on this one move. Chapter 1444. Qi. When the flame squeezed the many medicinal ingredients into one spot within the medicinal cauldron, the instant collision caused the energy within it to erupt uncontrollably. Wave after wave of energy ripples erupted repeatedly. The pure medicinal liquid was shaken until it scattered in all directions amidst a wave of low and deep muffled sounds. If it was not for the protection of the heavenly flame, it was likely that these medicinal ingredients would have been completely destroyed by this. Xiao Yan frowned tightly when he sensed the sudden unexpected change within the medicinal cauldron. However, he did not dare to slack off even a little in his heart. The vast ocean-like spiritual strength between his brows poured out without any reservation. It seemed to have transformed into two huge hands that grabbed all the medicinal ingredient essence within the medicinal cauldron. Adding the heavenly flame wrapping around it, it once again compressed it in an extremely tough manner. There was only one chance in front of him. He could not afford to make any mistakes. If he wanted to refine the transforming zone pill, this step was a path that he must take. Xiao Yan's gaze focused intently on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The flame leaped and the warm firelight was reflected on his grave face. He held his breath and focused. The air within the secret chamber also seemed to have solidified at this moment. The atmosphere within also appeared exceptionally solemn. Within the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yan allowed the energy between the medicinal ingredients to erupt. He rigidly controlled his spiritual strength and used the heavenly flame to forcefully resist all the explosions. The situation within the medicinal cauldron was uncertain. However, Xiao Yan was able to accurately capture that the energy ripples between the medicinal ingredients were weakening at an extremely slow rate. Once all the energy ripples completely disappeared, the medicinal ingredients would merge and the medicinal pill would be formed. Time quietly flowed by like sand between one's fingers during the rise of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron. His body was as stiff as a statue and his entire person appeared just like a corpse. If it was not for the thin gossamer-like breath in his nose and the perspiration that repeatedly appeared on his forehead, it was likely that others would have mistaken him for a corpse. In the blink of an eye, he did not know how much time and days had passed. Xiao Yan only knew that he had done his best. The medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron were fusing bit by bit. All the processes were slowly progressing in a good direction. His eyes, which had been staring at the medicinal cauldron, were filled with sadness. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, and even his eyeballs seemed to be unusually protruding. Being overly engrossed, Xiao Yan had forgotten everything in the outside world at this moment. Even his entire consciousness was completely immersed in this huge medicinal cauldron. The only thing that changed in the entire secret room was the flickering raging fire within the medicinal cauldron. It shone on Xiao Yan's body, reflecting a distorted figure on the ground and walls behind him. The merger of the medicinal ingredients was slowly carried out under Xiao Yan's frightened emotions. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that no mistakes occurred during the entire merger process after this. The high degree of tension in his emotions caused every step to fall into place step by step. Finally, when the final cluster of medicinal liquid was merged into one, a cluster of mottled fist-sized cluster appeared within the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the medicinal liquid in front of him that had finally turned into a ball of medicinal liquid, Xiao Yan's heart did not relax. The medicinal pill had yet to be formed, and the results had yet to be determined. If he wanted to completely relax, it was likely that he would only be able to relax at the moment when the medicinal pill was truly refined. Xiao Yan did not dare to slack off at all. His mind was still tense as his spiritual strength controlled the flame and maintained it at a constant temperature. He slowly released the temperature, causing the various medicinal herbs within the ball of medicinal liquid to gradually fuse. As the various medicinal liquids within the ball of medicinal liquid gradually fused and condensed, the ball of medicinal liquid that was originally the size of a fist gradually condensed. At a certain moment, the size of the ball of medicinal liquid was reduced by half. On its surface, the originally viscous liquid began to dry and harden. A somewhat mottled and shapeless medicinal pill was gradually condensing. Looking at the medicinal cauldron in front of him that had finally successfully fused the embryonic form of the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan finally put down the biggest rock in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and heaved a long sigh of relief. The dryness in his throat even allowed him to smell a trace of blood sweetness. However, at this very moment, the few most difficult steps of refining the medicinal pill had been successfully completed. Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about these. He continued to maintain his original level of control and prepared to enter the next stage, which was also the most crucial stage of the medicinal pill's quality. Pill formation. Once the pill formation was completed, the zone transformation pill would be considered to have been truly refined. While Xiaoyan was in closed-door training to refine the medicinal pill, 2 months had passed in the outside world. As the clan gathering approached, the atmosphere in the Xiao clan had clearly changed. The younger generation of the Xiao clan, who were usually lazy and loitering, were now hiding in their rooms and desperately training. Although this action was somewhat like a last-minute preparation, it had to be said that under the continuous crazy training, some of the more talented younger generation members, who had been in the breakthrough stage for a long time, were unexpectedly able to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It could be said that this was a joy that came from within. Of course, in comparison, these were only a minority. The younger generation members who were accustomed to using the Xiao clan's name to roam wild outside, couldn't even raise their heads in the clan. The strength of a origin king or origin emperor was not uncommon among the younger generation, but only by breaking through the numerous obstacles and becoming the best among them would the elders treat them differently. On a cliff at the back of the Xiao clan's mountain, dressed in white, Xiao Xian was seated cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. His hands were forming a cultivation seal, and Genesis Chi stirred around him as wind and clouds gathered. Above his head, a huge invisible tornado, mixed with fierce and domineering sword Chi, gathered all the energy between heaven and earth. At the same time, Xiao Xian's Chi cultivation method was rapidly circulating, and there seemed to be a series of fierce collisions in his body. Bzz bzz bzz. As the Chi cultivation method rapidly circulated, waves of majestic Genesis Chi continuously poured into his body in an attempt to break through the barrier between the Origin Emperor and Origin Ancestor. While Xiaoyan was undertaking a retreat to refine medicinal pills, Xiao Xian did not simply wait for the results. Instead, he relied on his own strength to attempt to attack the invisible barrier within his body time and time again. Although all of this appeared to be impossible, Xiao Xian understood that he only needed to advance a small distance during these countless attempts. Even if it was just a small crack, he was confident that he could break through this barrier and advance to the Source Zone class. And that was exactly what he was doing at this moment. As the sword Chi above Xiao Xian's head grew stronger and stronger, an invisible sword was formed in the center of the tornado. The moment the sword tip condensed, it was wrapped in a sky-piercing power as it pierced through his soul and slammed into the barrier of cultivation. Gotcha. Without any fancy moves, the sword fell, and an earth-shaking explosion seemed to ring out in the depths of Xiao Xian's mind. The huge tornado hovering above his head suddenly expanded, and an earth-shaking suction force surged out. The energy between heaven and earth seemed to have found an entrance and was frantically sucked into Xiao Xian's body. As the energy of heaven and earth continued to pour in, an astonishing aura that far surpassed that of a peak Origin Emperor rapidly rose in Xiao Xian's body, directly reaching the Origin Ancestor level. Chapter 1445. At the same time that Xiao Xian's cultivation broke through to the Origin Ancestor level, in the depths of the Xiao clan's back mountains, First Elder Xiao Zhen's old eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared in a certain direction. Breakthrough? Amazing. Xiao Zhen let out a surprised cry from his mouth. Soon after, he involuntarily laughed out loud. At the same time, he felt disbelief in his heart. Back then he had thought of all sorts of methods for Xiao Xian's breakthrough. He had even personally stepped forward to investigate. However, he was unable to find any useful clues. It was unexpected that Xiao Xian had actually advanced in such a sudden manner. On top of feeling surprised in his heart, the first elder involuntarily linked this matter to Xiao Yan. Could it be because of that brat? Outside the Xiao clan, a pair of turbid old eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked in the direction of the Xiao clan, and his eyes were filled with shock. Then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment and then calmed down again. Ouyang clan. On the peak of a mountain, there was a man in green clothes and a long sword. Ouyang Yu in green clothes and the long sword was called Serene Orchid. Bus. When Ouyang Yu's cultivation broke through, the long sword lying quietly beside him on the peak of the mountain suddenly buzzed and trembled uncontrollably. It was as if it had received some kind of signal. A sharp sword aura surged from the Serene Orchid sword and cut the surrounding rocks in half. Seeing this, Ouyang Yu's expression did not change. His eyes stared straight at the northern horizon. Then he extended 2 fingers and placed them on the sword. With a light press, the sword immediately stabilized. However, even so, the sword chi that surged out from the tip of the sword still left a shallow wound on Ouyang Yu's wrist. Hiss! Ouyang instantly sucked in a breath of cold air as shock appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and stared at the dark red wound. He seemed to be deep in thought as he quickly calmed down. Then he took a deep breath and said indifferently, "It seems that he has a great influence on you. When a weapon attacked its master, unless there was a demon involved, it must have met a master who was better than it. It could not take it and wanted to break free from its restraints. If I remember correctly, his name seems to be Xiao Xian." After a long while, Ouyang finally let out a soft sigh. When he came back to his senses, he slowly placed his hand on the Yulan sword and gently stroked it. "Old friend, thank you for all these years." The man's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with reluctance. At a certain moment, Ouyang slowly took a deep breath. As if he had made up his mind, he suddenly tore off a piece of cloth from his robe. With a flick of his finger, the sword body immediately rose into the air. The cloth circled in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the sword was completely wrapped up and sealed. The man's eyes were tightly shut as he stood silently on the mountain peak, feeling the last remnants of the aura in the air. From then on, the Ouyang family no longer had the orchid sword. 1 month later. In front of a secret chamber in the Xiao clan, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Tian stood there. The two of them looked at the door of the secret chamber that was slowly opening in front of them, and their eyes were filled with nervous anticipation. Soon an old man with white hair and beard walked out of the secret chamber. The old man looked a little dejected. When he walked out, he saw the grandfather and grandson with faces full of anticipation. He was startled at first, but in the end he helplessly shook his head and sighed. "I have failed to live up to your expectations." When these words came out, the grandfather and grandson's hearts suddenly thumped, and the expressions on their faces froze. After a long while, Xiao Tian helplessly smiled, took a deep breath and shook his head. He looked at Xiao Jinghong and comforted him. "Grandfather, it's okay. I don't have any pills. At most, I will cultivate by myself. I will break through sooner or later." Hearing this, Xiao Jinghong's withered hand couldn't help but tremble. Only then did it land on the latter's shoulder and said in a low voice, "That's true, but it has been a few years. Seeing that this year's clan gathering is around the corner, if your cultivation still can't break through, I'm afraid." Xiao Tian pursed his lips and felt quite helpless in his heart. In order to find more powerful strength, the cultivation method he cultivated was naturally more special. Although it was quite powerful and domineering usually, once it was time to break through, the resistance he had to face was especially great. But on the other hand, once he broke through, the rebound would not only increase his combat power, but even his cultivation would also increase faster and stronger than others. And this was also the reason why Xiao Tian's cultivation speed was inferior to other people of the same generation. If not for this, with Xiao Tian's cultivation talent, he should at least be at the same level as Xiao Yan. That bastard Xiao Mingyuan. If it wasn't for his unwillingness to help, how could this pill not be refined after such a long time? Xiao Jinghong's old face was extremely ugly. Although the old man in front of him was also an alchemist in the clan, he was only a rank 6 alchemist. It would be extremely difficult for him to refine a rank 7 barrier-breaking pill. In the entire Xiao clan, the strongest alchemist was Xiao Mingyuan, who was ranked 3rd in the Elders Guild. He was a rank 7 alchemist. If he could help, Xiao Jinghong had no doubt that this barrier-breaking pill would be refined successfully. But now they and Xiao Yan were like fire and water. Xiao Mingyuan just so happened to be on the same side as Xiao Yan. It was impossible to ask him to help. It was also because they had no choice that they found the only rank 6 alchemist in the clan, Elder Xiaoming. Unfortunately, under the circumstances where they paid the price of all the medicinal ingredients, the result was still so unbearable. However, while the three of them were feeling gloomy, thunderclouds suddenly rolled in the sky above a certain courtyard in the Xiao clan. At the same time, waves of rich energy ripples were rapidly forming there. The three of them turned their gazes and focused on the place where the energy ripples were occurring. In the blink of an eye, the expressions on their faces changed. This is the birth of a rank 7 pill. Is Third Elder refining the pill? As an alchemist, Xiaoming was the first to detect the unusual energy ripples. It was caused by the completion of the pill. That is Xiao Yan's residence. Could it be that Third Elder is refining the pill for him? Regardless of whether it is or not, let's go over and take a look first. Xiao Jinghong let out a low cry. Immediately, he leaped into the air without any explanation. He took the lead and swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan's location. Behind him, Xiao Tian and Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment before following close behind. At the same time, many people in the Xiao clan were attracted by the energy ripples and quickly rushed over. However, when Xiao Jinghong and the others arrived, the first thing they discovered was a familiar figure. He was guarding the sky above the courtyard and preventing anyone from approaching. Looking at that person, it was actually Xiao Mingyuan, the person who was refining medicine at that moment. Chapter 1446. In the sky above the courtyard, Xiao Mingyuan stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. His old face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He boasted that he was quite knowledgeable in alchemy. Being able to reach rank 7 had added a lot of glory to his face. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene today. A rank 7 medicinal pill. This kid is really amazing. Although Xiao Mingyuan had some understanding of Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist, he didn't expect the latter's attainments in alchemy to be so high. He was still young, but he was already able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. Even some of the younger generation in the pill tower might not be able to compare with such amazing talent. Not long after Xiao Mingyuan appeared, figures rushed over from the surroundings of the courtyard after hearing the news. The commotion caused by the birth of a tier 7 medicinal pill caused some of the old fellows in the Xiao clan to become extremely excited. However, when these people arrived one after another and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing in the air, their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. In the entire Xiao clan, there was no one else other than Xiao Mingyuan who could refine a tier 7 medicinal pill. However, the latter was currently standing outside of this matter. Clearly, this medicinal pill had nothing to do with him. Could it be that Elder Xiaoming has broken through to rank 7? Many of the people present revealed surprised expressions when they thought of this. Soon after, 3 figures rushed over from another direction. This instantly dispelled the thoughts in the hearts of the people present. This was because Xiaoming was among the 3 people who had rushed over at this moment. Why is it you? Xiao Jinghong's figure flashed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing in the courtyard. The tip of his foot gently landed on the roof of a pavilion. He frowned and stared at Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing in the air, with a surprised expression. While he was speaking, Xiao Tian and Elder Xiaoming quickly rushed over from behind him. Their gazes immediately noticed Xiao Mingyuan, who was currently in the courtyard. Why even you are here? Can't this old man come? Seeing Xiao Jinghong, the latter's face obviously didn't have a good expression. Xiao Mingyuan only sneered at the former's words. As for the current Xiao Jinghong, he didn't have the time to care about these things. His gaze quickly looked at the room below where waves of energy fluctuations were surging out. He frowned and said, "Since you're here, who is the person concocting the medicinal pellet?" Xiao Jinghong's words were undoubtedly the thoughts of everyone present. After all, the 2 alchemist grandmasters from the Xiao clan were present. Since that was the case, who was the one who refined this rank 7 medicinal pill that was in its final stages? Hey, your question is rather bizarre. This residence is Xiao Yan's residence. As the owner of this residence, the only person who can refine medicinal pills in this residence is naturally him alone. Xiao Mingyuan smiled coldly. As soon as his words fell, an uproar immediately sounded from the mouths of the people present. Even Xiao Jinghong and the 2 people behind him, who had already guessed in their hearts, couldn't help but slightly stiffen. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Although they also knew that Xiao Yan had the identity of an alchemist, they guessed in their hearts that he wouldn't exceed tier 5 at most. However, what was placed before their eyes now was a fact that could be called terrifying. It should be known that even in the entire Xiao clan, there was only Xiao Mingyuan who was a rank 7 alchemist. However, Xiao Yan was able to refine a rank 7 medicinal pill. The meaning behind this was not just a mere medicinal pill. A rank 7 medicinal pill. This was the proof of his identity as a rank 7 alchemist. A powerful cultivation that did not lose out to the top figures of the younger generation in the clan. In addition to his identity as a rank 7 alchemist, the combination of these 2 represented that he was a true genius. Bluntly speaking, a young person who could achieve such achievements in both cultivation and alchemy was definitely an existence that was extremely rare in the entire continent. Even in the hearts of all the alchemists in the continent, the Sacred Hall and the Pill Tower, there were definitely only a handful of them. After Xiao Yan's actions, no one in the Xiao clan would dare to underestimate him. His status would definitely be unshakable. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Jinghong involuntarily turned his gaze to the sealed house below. His heart secretly hesitated. Rumble! At this moment, the thunderclouds that had gathered in the sky finally began to churn violently. Numerous thunderbolts continued to churn within the thunderclouds. When the crowd below lifted their heads to look, a horndragon-like frightening black-colored thunderbolt suddenly descended. It mercilessly tore apart the empty space and charged towards the courtyard below like a living creature. Its momentum was so great that it caused many of the younger generation members of the Shao clan and even some of the elders to involuntarily reveal a grave expression on their faces. The power of the pill lightning triggered by a rank 7 medicinal pill was naturally extraordinary. It was likely that no one below the Source Zone stage would be able to withstand it. Even an ordinary Source Zone expert would likely suffer greatly. In the sky, Xiao Mingyuan's old eyes stared at the rapidly descending terrifying thunderbolt. As he circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, a stream of black light suddenly rushed out from the sealed house below. It pierced through the roof and soared into the sky, meeting the astonishing pill lightning head-on. "SSS, is that a puppet?" Xiao Mingyuan knitted his brows. His words had just sounded when an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone saw that the powerful pill lightning seemed to have been cut by more than half the moment it made contact with the puppet. Most of the lightning energy entered the Northern King's body, while the remaining energy was forcefully blasted apart in the collision. The Northern King's body was also sent flying. However, the moment it was about to land on the ground, its feet suddenly stepped on the empty air, and its body once again shot into the sky. At the same time, it left behind a pit that was dozens of feet wide in the courtyard. This puppet can actually absorb the power of lightning? Under Xiao Mingyuan's gaze, although the North King was blasted away by the thunderbolt, the lightning power in his body did not cause the slightest bit of damage. On the contrary, his body grew brighter and brighter, and the purple-gold skin on his body grew brighter and smoother. At a glance, it gave off a thick and tough feeling. The most peculiar thing was his head. His forehead and cheeks, all the way to the bottom of his neck, were now covered in dragon scales. Even his cold and empty eyes gave off a strange murderous aura. Not only did it absorb lightning power, but it has also grown stronger. Moreover, those scales. Xiao Mingyuan carefully scanned the North King's body. At a certain moment, Xiao Mingyuan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. "This puppet is from the ancient Void Dragon clan." Chapter 1447. Although the Northern King had suffered serious injuries after the incident with Bai Hua, the lightning energy within his body had completely absorbed all of the accumulated lightning energy in his body after that battle. His injuries had completely healed, and his strength had also risen to the level of a Source ancestor. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Although this was the case, the Northern King had barely reached the level of a Source ancestor. However, in the face of such a powerful pill lightning today, the Northern King's strength would be completely raised. Not only that, but it would be even stronger. Roar. A low and cold roar was emitted from the Northern King's mouth. The Northern King's body once again charged forward, and its body collided with the 10 feet thick thunderbolt. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded once again. Under countless shocked gazes, the moment the thick lightning energy made contact with the Northern King's body, it was torn apart by a strange suction force and swallowed into the Northern King's body. The Northern King's body was just like a bottomless black hole in the face of these thunderbolts. No matter how ferocious the attacks were, the Northern King's body did not move. Even if it was sent flying, the thunderbolt would still be completely swallowed. Over a dozen pill lightning bolts descended and were swallowed by the Northern King one by one. Dragon scales continuously appeared on its body, and traces of lightning energy scuttled around the surface of its body as if they were alive. Following the Northern King's metal fist, it ruthlessly met the pill lightning descending from the clouds in the sky. What a strange puppet! Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Even Xiao Jinghong and the other upper echelon elders of the Shao clan were similarly shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a strange puppet. This thing's strength is actually using the pill lightning to rapidly raise its strength. The Northern King, who had been baptized by the pill lightning time and time again, was completely fearless at this moment. Its body stood in the sky as it majestically received the wild and violent attacks of the pill lightning. No matter how the pill lightning collided, it was completely swallowed by the Northern King, and it did not even take half a step back. At this moment, the Northern King's fighting strength was likely comparable to an ordinary 3-star Source ancestor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deafening roars continued to resound in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to be hidden within the violently churning thunderclouds. An endless stream of furious lightning bolts shot out from within, and their power grew stronger and stronger. Finally, all of them landed on the North King's body. After a long time, the churning thunderclouds strangely calmed down and gradually shrank. However, just as everyone thought that the thunderclouds were about to dissipate and were about to relax, the energy in the area suddenly became unusually violent. An apocalyptic aura enveloped everyone's heads, causing the Genesis chi in several people's bodies. At a certain moment, 3 bolts of lightning that were even more powerful than the previous ones suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. Just as they were about to hit the ground, they merged into one under everyone's shocked gazes. They turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning that was dozens of feet thick. It was like a pillar of lightning that reached the heavens as it smashed towards the North King. Even so, the Northern King's body remained towering in the sky like a metal tower in the face of such terrifying thunderbolts. It lifted its head and stared at the descending thunderbolt. Just as it was about to hit its head, the Northern King suddenly opened its mouth and released a low and hoarse roar. Next, a terrifying suction force abruptly surged outwards. The earth-shaking thunderbolt was swallowed into the Northern King's stomach in a single gulp. The Northern King's body trembled uncontrollably as the thunderbolt entered its body. After a few breaths, it regained its calm. The last thunderclouds in the sky slowly scattered, allowing sunlight to sprinkle down and illuminate the Northern King's purple-gold skin. At a glance, half of its body was already covered in dragon scales. Pill lightning wreaked havoc in the sky above the manor for nearly 2 hours. During this time, the Northern King had absorbed nearly 100 pill lightning bolts. After devouring such a terrifying number of pill lightning bolts, the results were naturally astonishing. The continuous devouring of dozens of thunderbolts caused the Northern King's cultivation to soar like never before. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already reached the level of a 5-star origin ancestor. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Lei. In fact, it was hard to say whether Xiao Lei would be the Northern King's match in a battle. Some of the Xiao clan's elders present could not help but look at each other when they sensed the changes in the Northern King's strength. Their eyes blazed with excitement. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. A single round of grade 7 pill lightning had raised the Northern King's strength by 5 stars. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the Northern King's battle strength would be if such powerful pill lightning came a few more times. Would it be a Source Venerate or a Source Sage? Just think about it. A puppet that could rapidly raise its strength by devouring thunderbolts. If the clan was able to nurture it, it would break through to the Origin Venerate or even the Origin Sage stage. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before the Xiao clan became the #1 faction in the continent. At that time, the 2 great sects in the Pill Tower would not even be placed in their eyes. The prerequisite for all of this was that Xiao Yan had to hand over control of the puppet. The moment they thought of this, the gazes of quite a number of clan elders present involuntarily landed on the house below. At this moment, Xiao Yan was within it, finishing the finishing work of the medicinal pill. Xiao Yan, who was in the room, finally took out the medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him after the pill lightning scattered. Xiao Yan's tired face finally revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the bright luster of the zone transformation pill that was overflowing with a pill fragrance. Xiao Yan's heart was thinking that Xiao Xian's cultivation would be able to break through with this medicinal pill. However, he was unaware that Xiao Xian's cultivation had already stepped into the Yuan Zone class a month ago. Although a month had passed, it was likely that his strength had already advanced by a step. Creak, the door to the room was opened. Sunlight scattered down from the sky while a countless number of gazes looked over. Xiao Yan raised his head and saw human figures all over the sky. He involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw the somewhat heated gazes of some of the elders. A figure had already appeared in front of him when he turned around. Above him, the expressions of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest changed as their gazes landed on the person. Xiao Yan also lifted his head in surprise. His expression was slightly startled, but he quickly smiled and said, "Ancestor, you have succeeded. Ancestor, fortunately I didn't let you down. The zone transformation pill is done." Chapter 1448. In the courtyard, Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite jade bottle appeared in his hand and he respectfully handed it over to the latter. Seeing this, Xiao Xian smiled and slowly shook his head. "Thank you for your hard work. However, you should keep it. I don't need this pill anymore." Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, the astonishing speed of Xiao Xian's appearance suddenly flashed in his mind. At this moment he thought about it and instantly reacted. His gaze carefully swept over Xiao Xian's body and sensed that the aura emitted from the latter's body was thousands of times different from a few months ago. Immediately, the surprise in his eyes became even stronger. "You, Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Xian in surprise. Seeing the latter smile and nod his head, he immediately could not help but laugh out loud, which also attracted many suspicious gazes. At the same time, Xiao Jinghong, who was in the sky, stared at Xiao Yan with a shocked expression. He had clearly heard Xiao Yan mention the Zong transformation pill earlier. With his status, he naturally knew what the Zong transformation pill represented. It was a pill that could allow Xiao Tian's cultivation to break through to the origin ancestor level. Thinking back, when Xiao Tian was choosing the pill to break through to the origin ancestor level, his first choice was the Zong transformation pill. As Xiao Tian's cultivation method was based on accumulation, the so-called negative effects of the Zong transformation pill were nothing in his eyes. Unfortunately, the difficulty of refining the Zong transformation pill far exceeded that of the rank 7 barrier-breaking pill, and without Xiao Mingyuan's help, he had no choice but to choose the latter. However, now that there was no hope for the barrier-breaking pill, the thought in his heart had just dissipated. However, the Zong transformation pill that suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's hand reignited the flame of hope in an instant. If he could obtain this Zong transformation pill, there would naturally be a solution to Xiao Tian's cultivation. Don't even think about it, grandfather. We're going against Xiao Yan. It's already good enough that he doesn't hate us. It's impossible for him to give me the pills he refined for Xiao Xian. At this moment, Xiao Tian seemed to have seen through Xiao Jinghong's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiao Jinghong suddenly came back to his senses, and the hopeful expression that had just appeared on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Indeed, even Xiao Mingyuan was unwilling to make a move for Xiao Tian, let alone Xiao Yan. However, just as the two parties were talking, a few middle-aged men slowly stepped out from a group of people somewhere in the void. Then they landed in the courtyard and looked at Xiao Yan. Sensing those gazes, Xiao Yan, who was chatting with Xiao Xian, slightly raised his eyebrows. He turned his gaze and looked at those few people. At this moment, there were 4 middle-aged men who had landed in the courtyard. Judging from their auras, there was no doubt that they were origin ancestor experts. The strongest among them had even reached the cultivation of a 5-star origin ancestor. It could be said that they weren't weak. However, at this moment, the gazes they used to look at Xiao Yan didn't seem to be friendly. Xiao Dingtian's men. Xiao Mingyuan also descended. He frowned slightly as he looked at those few people. He didn't give them a good face. Among the 4, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure slowly walked forward. His words shocked everyone, causing them to be dumbfounded and stunned. Xiao Yan, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. I'm afraid that the ability of the puppet in your hand isn't something you can control. Therefore, I hope that you can hand it over and contribute it to the clan. The middle-aged man acted as if he hadn't heard. If Xiao Yan was really able to contribute the puppet to the clan today, then it would be a great contribution to the clan. His status would naturally rise in the future. In fact, these short-sighted people couldn't compare to him. However, when the middle-aged man thought of this, he didn't seem to care about Xiao Yan's thoughts. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned by these words. He exchanged glances with Xiao Xian, who was at the side, and then looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. Who are you? The middle-aged man raised his head slightly and revealed a somewhat complacent expression. Xiao clan's inner pavilion elder, Xiao Huan. Then it's fine. Xiao Yan replied indifferently. He lifted his foot and was about to leave, but immediately after, the middle-aged man's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice, What do you mean? What do you mean? Can't you hear what I said? Xiao Yan paused. He slowly turned his head to look at the latter and coldly said. He said coldly, If you were the clan leader, I might have to consider your words. Since you aren't, then there's no need for that. Xiao Yan, you're too arrogant. You want to enter my Xiao clan, but in the end, you're not even willing to contribute a puppet to the clan. How can we use such a selfish person? Xiao Huan's words left her mouth. Xiao Yan turned around and Xiao Xian frowned. Even Xiao Mingyuan and Xiao Jinghong threw their gazes toward the latter at this moment. They quietly shook their heads. Clearly they felt disdain for this fellow's foolish actions. Xiao Yan's gaze, which was still calm a moment ago, had now landed on Xiao Huan's body. An additional denseness appeared in his eyes. By arrogance, did he mean that he didn't respect the elders of the clan, or that Zhao Jin did whatever he wanted in the Xiao clan? By selfishness, did he mean that he wasn't willing to give up his own interests, or that these people didn't want to help him? Xiao Huan's words had infuriated him. All right. Jihan stared intently at Xiao Huan until the latter couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He then said indifferently, If you can defeat him, you can do whatever you want with the North King. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the Northern King emitted a bang as it landed on the ground. Without any explanation, the words that were spat out from its mouth caused the hearts of everyone present to leap. North King, kill him. Boom. As his voice faded, the Northern King's foot stomped heavily on the ground. A half-meter-wide pit immediately appeared on the bluestone floor. His body rose and appeared in front of Xiao Huan in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, a fist heavily smashed towards Xiao Huan's head. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body and rapidly retreated. Although he barely avoided the North King's iron fist, his face was flushed red from the blazing astral wind, and there were even a few scratches on his forehead. Xiao Yan Yu. Before Xiao Huan could roar in anger, the North King's murderous aura attacked again. Xiao Huan couldn't care less. As he retreated, boundless Genesis Chi rapidly gathered on his right fist. With a strange jerk of his arm, an exceptionally powerful force blasted towards the North King's fist without any fancy moves. Boom. When the two came into contact, a frightening wind ripple immediately surged out. Numerous cracks swiftly spread out from between the two on the ground. A powerful force swept out, causing some of the decorations and rocks in the courtyard to be directly turned into dust. Humph! Xiao Huan coldly snorted. Genesis Chi surged from his arm and his body jerked. Terrifying energy poured out in an attempt to push the North King back. However, the North King's tower-like body remained motionless even after the ferocious Genesis Chi erupted, allowing the energy to crash into the scales on his body. When the attack landed, the North King's body abruptly pressed forward. At the same time, an extremely pure thunderbolt force instantly entered the former's arm, scattering all the Genesis Chi and mercilessly shattering a portion of his meridians. Before Xiao Huan could let out a miserable shriek, the North King's charging body slammed into him. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and Xiao Huan's body was sent flying uncontrollably. He smashed through several courtyard walls before finally coming to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. When they looked at the North King, their gazes were filled with shock. Comparatively speaking, both of them were 5-star origin sections. However, at this moment Xiao Huan had been instantly defeated in a single exchange. The Northern King's fighting strength was simply terrifying. Chapter 1449. The North King did not stop after breaking Huan Yuan's arm with a single punch. His foot slammed into the ground again as his body shot forward like a cannonball, charging into the ruins as a series of explosions rang out. The ground quaked as dust rose into the air. Cracks the width of a person's thigh continuously extended from the epicenter of the explosions. The enormous courtyard was completely demolished in a short period of time. It was only after a few minutes that everyone could clearly see an extremely sorry figure stumbling out from the flying dust with a panicked expression. The Genesis Chi in his body continuously gushed out without any reservation. His figure flashed as fist winds whizzed behind him. Invisible air cannonballs whizzed past Xiao Huan's ears, causing fear to fill his heart. He had clashed with the North King more than a dozen times in a short period of time, but he was unable to gain the upper hand even once. Even when he attacked with his full strength, he was still blocked by the strange scales on the North King's body. The North King's body was simply indestructible and indestructible. He, a dignified 5-star origin sect master, had no chance of victory against the North King. Compared to combat strength, the North King's sturdy body was his most terrifying weapon. Xiao Huan had just escaped from the tiger's mouth when she immediately sensed the Northern King, who was hot on her heels. That steel-like body of the Northern King was extremely frightening at this moment. Xiao Huan's expression changed drastically. The Genesis Chi in her body was frantically maneuvered. She lifted her head and saw Xiao Mingyuan standing beside Xiao Yan. She could not be bothered about anything else as she hurriedly cried out for help. "Third Elder, save me." Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan gently raised his eyebrows. His gaze paused on the puppet behind Xiao Huan, which was about to catch up with the latter. The corner of his eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. In the end, he still chose to remain silent. He was well aware of the resentment in Xiao Yan's heart. The reason why Xiao Yan had sent the Northern King to kill Xiao Huan was likely because Xiao Yan wanted to use Xiao Huan to vent his anger. Xiao Yan did not really want to kill Xiao Huan. However, if Xiao Yan were to intervene at this moment and save Xiao Huan, it was likely that the pretense would turn into reality and backfire. Xiao Mingyuan Yu. Bang. Xiao Huan's heart suddenly sank when he saw that Xiao Mingyuan had no intention of attacking. Before the furious roar from his mouth could fade, the Northern King, who was chasing closely behind, suddenly smashed his fist down. It landed on Xiao Huan's back, and a shocking force poured out like a flash flood, instantly sending Xiao Huan's body flying forward. After which, he heavily landed on the ground. In an instant he had already turned into a seriously injured body. The appearance of this scene caused the hearts of many Xiao clan members present to tighten. Many of their gazes involuntarily looked at Xiao Mingyuan. The latter actually did not care about the clan elders and allowed the puppet to trample on him. If news of this were to spread, it was likely that his prestige would be damaged. At this moment Xiao Mingyuan's face was green. He understood what those people were thinking in their hearts, but he also knew what the situation in the arena represented. However, if he were to intervene, this shallow relationship between him and Xiao Yan would be personally broken by him. At that time, it would be a small matter if Xiao Yan treated him coldly. However, if Xiao Yan were to become bitterly disappointed in the Xiao clan, the loss that the clan would suffer would be immeasurable. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan quietly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body as he stared at the North King, who was about to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Huan. He slowly clenched his fists under his sleeves, and his turbid eyes stared intently at the situation that was about to unfold. If things really reached a point where he had no other choice, he would have to intervene even if he had to offend Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Huan was the clan's inner pavilion elder and had a high status. If he died at Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Yan would lose all possibility of gaining a foothold in the clan. No matter which side it was for, Xiao Mingyuan had to intervene. At this moment, the greatest hope in Xiao Mingyuan's heart was that Xiao Yan would be able to stop in time. In this way he would be able to obtain a deterrent effect and more or less vent his emotions. At the same time he would not really kill Xiao Huan. Doing so would benefit everyone. However, things were always like this. The more one hoped, the less one would achieve the desired result. The North King still didn't stop even when it was less than a foot away from Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan didn't seem to have any intention of stopping it. As for the others present, even Xiao Huan, a 5-star origin sect master, wasn't a match for the puppet. Given their strength, how would they dare to face the North King head-on? If they failed to save Xiao Huan, they would end up losing their lives as well. No one would be willing to intervene in such a matter unless it was someone close to them. Under countless watching gazes, the North King's charging figure didn't stop at all. It clenched its 5 fingers and punched forward. If it landed, Xiao Huan would instantly lose his life. The clan's inner pavilion elder was about to die in front of the Xiao clan members. Bzz. In the next instant, a hurricane suddenly howled in the arena. A strong gust of wind swept out and then quickly retreated. When everyone in the arena looked over, they could clearly see a figure standing in front of Xiao Huan. The figure threw a punch and stood opposite the Northern King. Elder Hong. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm at the sight of this person. The stone that had been hanging in everyone's hearts was finally lifted. Xiao Jinghong? Xiao Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. He had almost forgotten that Xiao Jinghong was also present. Now that Xiao Jinghong had intervened, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. On the battlefield, Xiao Jinghong frowned. Although it was true that he had intervened to stop the North King, he clearly knew that the North King's charging figure had already stopped the moment he intervened. This also meant that Xiao Yan had no intention of killing Xiao Huan. Phew! At this moment Xiao Huan, who had just survived a calamity, finally relaxed his tensed body. His body went limp, and his body, which had barely propped itself up from the ground, immediately fell. However, he couldn't care less about his miserable appearance. He crawled forward and wailed at Xiao Jinghong with a trembling voice. Xiao Yan has disregarded the clan's rules. Elder Hong, please uphold justice. A dignified clan's inner pavilion elder had actually committed such an act in front of everyone. This involuntarily caused the expressions of many clan members present to change. Even the clan elders who were watching the battle could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Huan, who was crawling on the ground like an old dog. When he recalled the former's arrogant appearance, he involuntarily let out a cold laugh. You really do look the part. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong's gaze also landed on Xiao Huan's body. His expression did not change much when he saw the latter's ragged appearance, which made him look like a beggar. However, after a couple of breaths, he sent Xiao Huan flying with a kick under everyone's astonished gazes. In an instant, the entire place was stupefied. Chapter 1450. Ruining the clan's reputation. You deserve a beating. After kicking Xiao Huan, Xiao Jinghong turned his head and said indifferently. Everyone looked at Xiao Huan, who was sent flying like a rubber ball, and their hearts could not help but feel numb. Immediately after, Xiao Jinghong's dignified voice rang out once again. Xiao Huan will be stripped of his position as an inner pavilion elder and locked up for a month. Wow. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. They expected that after Xiao Huan spoke those words, he had been severely injured by the Northern King. However, this was not the end. In the end, he was kicked by Xiao Jinghong. Not only that, he was even stripped of his position as an elder. The change in his life had actually happened in such a short period of time. It was truly shocking. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that all of this was not just because of Xiao Huan's own stupidity. Unknowingly, it also included Xiao Yan. Just think about all the things that had happened in the past few months after Xiao Yan had entered the clan. Which one of them did not have the upper hand? The final result of Zhao Jin's matter was that he was stripped of all his status in the clan, and all the authority that the Xiao clan had given him was taken back. Even the head of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian, was implicated. The battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei had caused Xiao Yan's name to resound throughout the Xiao clan. At this moment, he had even refined a Tier 7 medicinal pill. Everything had revolved around him. The final beneficiary was still him. Looking at the current situation, some of the elders in the clan could not help but secretly ponder. Although Xiao Jinghong's words were indeed righteous, from a certain point of view, wasn't he also lowering his head and showing weakness to Xiao Yan? Intervening to save Xiao Huan was to protect her reputation. Punishing Xiao Huan was also to help Xiao Yan get rid of trouble. All of these things caused them to be quietly shocked. With this thought in their minds, many of the clan elders present immediately cast a respectful and humble gaze towards Xiao Yan. Under the premise that one did not have absolute strength to bear the burden of prestige, choosing a side was a necessary action in the future. This kind of action was the same regardless of whether it was in the past or the present. Let's go. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Xiao Jinghong in the square. He waited until someone brought the unconscious Xiao Huan away before withdrawing the Northern King before speaking in a faint voice. Immediately he walked to the corridor. Xiao Xian followed close behind him. As Xiao Yan and the rest left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao Jinghong, on the other hand, stood where he was. Xiao Yan. The group returned to the main hall and took their seats. Only then did Xiao Yan ask the question that he had been curious about earlier. Where's Lian? Haha, that girl said that she was worried that there would be no one by your side to help you, so after you went into seclusion to refine pills, she also entered the cultivation room. It has already been more than 3 months, and with the cultivation resources that I have prepared for her, she probably won't fall behind in her cultivation. Xiao Xian smiled. It's been hard on her. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily warmed slightly when he heard this. A certain girl from the past also had similar thoughts. In order to help him, she had worked hard to train. Unfortunately, she had forgotten about him from the beginning until the end. It was just that now, things remained the same but people had changed. Also, your cultivation seems to be beyond the early origin zone, right? Xiao Yan's gaze returned to Xiao Xian. Although he had used up too much of his soul strength, he could faintly sense that the aura in Xiao Xian's body was not something an ordinary origin zone could compare to. Xiao Mingyuan only noticed this when he heard this. When his gaze landed on Xiao Xian opened his mouth and slowly smiled. I just broke through to 3 stars before I came back. Xiao Yan was slightly startled when these words were uttered. Immediately he smacked his mouth in surprise. On the other hand, Xiao Mingyuan's mind emitted a buzzing sound when he heard these words despite already knowing that Xiao Xian had broken through to the Source Zone class. His mouth was wide open and the expression on his old face solidified. He appeared to be stunned while the shock in his heart was indescribable. Xiao Xian had only broken through to Origin Zone for 3 months, and his cultivation had already risen to 3 stars? Could it be that he broke through to 1 star in a month? Are you using cultivation to build a house? 1 level in a month? After a while, even with Xiao Mingyuan's mental state, he could not help but say something that made one not know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, Xiao Xian was speechless. Xiao Yan, who knew the truth, could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. His cultivation had been bumpy, and his cultivation had been obtained by relying on the heavenly flame. The danger and pain he had experienced could be said to be unimaginable for ordinary people. However, compared to Xiao Xian, it was simply 2 extremes. However, Xiao Mingyuan could not be blamed for being so shocked. After all, it would take a very long time for an ordinary person to advance after breaking through to the origin ancestor realm. Even Xiao Lei and Xiao Xian had only advanced by 3 stars after a few years. Even so, this was already considered extremely fast in their eyes. However, Xiao Xian had actually been able to break through to the origin ancestor realm in 3 months. This was truly shocking. TSK, you grandfather and grandson are truly terrifying. A rank 7 alchemist and a rank 7 array master. Even your cultivation has not fallen behind. If this continues, I'm afraid that breaking through to Origin Zone is just around the corner. In addition to the recent events, I believe that Xiao Dingtian's group will not dare to rashly find us again. In the end, Xiao Mingyuan could not help but praise as a hopeful expression appeared on his face. However, the instant his voice faded, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly stood up and looked outside the door. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also looked over. At this moment, 3 figures were slowly walking over from outside the hall. It was Xiao Jinghong's group from before. They really came as they wished. Xiao Mingyuan could not help but curse in a low voice as he looked at the 3 figures that had stepped into the hall. Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei also stood up and looked at each other expressionlessly. When Xiao Yan's gaze swept past Xiao Tian, he could not help but ponder when he saw the latter's somewhat embarrassed face. What? After teaching Xiao Huan a lesson you came here to denounce him? With this old man here, I won't tolerate you. Xiao Mingyuan took 2 steps forward and spoke in a cold tone. First, I'm not here to denounce you. Second, I only have one thing to say. I'll leave once I'm done. Xiao Jinghong did not pay too much attention to Xiao Mingyuan and replied indifferently. His gaze immediately fell on Xiao Yan who was behind him. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. After hesitating for a few seconds he said, using Xiao Huan's words, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. I'm here because I hope that you can transfer the Zong transformation pill to Tian. From now on this old man will no longer be your enemy. At the same time this old man will also owe you a favor. I will do my best to help you with the clan's matters. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Mingyuan's expression was instantly stunned, and then he looked at Xiao Tian who had his head lowered and didn't know what to say. Only now did he understand in his heart that Xiao Jinghong had come to show weakness for the sake of this grandson of his. With this thought, the expression on the old man's face could not help but soften slightly. No matter how these old fellows fought on a daily basis, these youngsters were still the future of the clan. However, when Xiao Yan heard these words he laughed coldly and said, do you think that the current me will still care if you are my enemy? Or do you think that I will lack someone like you to help me? Just based on today's matter, as long as I raise my arm and call for help, the Xiao clan will definitely respond. Borrow? Then consider it as borrowing. In the future this old man will personally return it to you. Just as Xiao Yan's voice sounded, Xiao Jinghong's face flushed red as he suddenly spoke. However, what he received in return was still Xiao Yan's mocking laughter. I am currently a rank 7 alchemist. I don't need any medicinal pills. Then, enough. Xiao Jinghong was just about to open his mouth when Xiao Tian, whose expression was gloomy and ugly, finally could not help but roar out. He raised his head and glared at Xiao Yan as he roared, Xiao Yan, let me tell you I can still break through without any medicinal pills. However, my grandfather will not allow you to humiliate him. After speaking, Xiao Tian ignored Xiao Jinghong's advice and turned around to leave with the latter. Xiao Ming respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan and the rest and hurriedly followed behind. However, at this moment, stop. With a shout, a jade bottle shot out at the same time Xiao Tian stopped moving. When he turned around he caught it in his hand. No need. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Xiao Tian was furious and wanted to crush it. It's not for you. Just as Xiao Jinghong hurriedly stopped him, Xiao Yan calmly said, you should have a good grandfather. You should be thankful that you have a good grandfather. If he had not stopped the North King, I would not have given you this pill. After speaking, Xiao Yan immediately turned around. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Mingyuan and the rest, he walked tiredly to his bedroom. On the other hand, Xiao Jinghong's face was filled with suspicion as he looked at Xiao Yan's back. In his heart, he did not know what his action had to do with this. At this moment, Xiao Xian was probably the only one present who could roughly understand this point. Thinking about it, everything that had happened since Xiao Yan had entered the Xiao clan had involved brothers killing each other. The so-called same origin was extremely heartless. Apart from the authority in their hands, these people did not have any compassion. In particular, the matter of Bai Hua had caused Xiao Yan's heart to turn completely cold. If not for Xiao Xian, it was likely that he would have left the Xiao clan long ago. However, although Xiao Jinghong had dealt with the matter of Xiao Huan strictly, it had to be said that he had saved Xiao Huan's life at the most critical moment. Under such circumstances, Xiao Jinghong was already aware of Xiao Yan's identity as a rank 7 alchemist. However, he still intervened for a person who did not harm him. This kind of benevolence and righteousness moved Xiao Yan. A clan should be united and united. However, from what Xiao Yan had seen in the past, it was completely heartless. Only today was he able to feel the hot blood of the clan. This also proved that the Xiao clan was not impossible to change. Chapter 1451. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Xiao Yan had refined the Tier 7 medicinal pill, the Zone Transformation Pill. After resting for a while, Xiao Yan had not only recovered all of the exhaustion that he had suffered during these 3 months of pill refinement, but his aura had also become denser. His condition was basically at its peak at all times. Powerful Genesis Chi flowed like torrents within the veins of his body, causing Xiao Yan's entire body to emit a comfortable feeling. A cool breeze blew across the clear blue sky with only a few drifting clouds. The warm sunlight sprinkled down from the sky and landed on people's bodies, bringing a warm and comfortable feeling. Coupled with the cool and refreshing breeze, it could be said that it was a great blessing in life to be able to stroll in such an environment. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly walked along the tree-lined path. He did not pay too much attention to the scorching gazes that were directed at him from all directions. This kind of gaze had been following Xiao Yan ever since he had refined the Zone Transformation Pill. Although it contained various meanings, Xiao Yan was unconcerned. If he had been young, he might have felt a little resentful because of this kind of gaze. However, Xiao Yan, who had experienced an innumerable amount of things and had seen all sorts of unfathomable things in the world, had already experienced too many of such things. With his current mental state, it was difficult for him to be affected. Xiao Yan's eyes indifferently glanced over the gazes that the members of the Xiao clan shot over. He involuntarily shook his head helplessly. His footsteps changed without anyone noticing. In the next instant, his body strangely disappeared from this street. By the time the surrounding people recovered, a lush mountain forest had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan, the back mountain of the Xiao clan. The lush greenery extended to the end of one's sight like a boundless sea of green. As one stood in the middle, wind whistled and the sea of trees swayed. Giant 100-feet-tall waves swept over from afar like a tsunami, a spectacular sight that left one speechless. Xiao Yan stood in the sky above the sea of trees. He eyed a certain direction in the mountain forest. First Elder Xiao Zhen was there. Although Xiao Yan had yet to see the latter, with his current spiritual strength, he was able to sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. Immediately, Xiao Yan did not dare to slight him as he respectfully bowed in that direction. After which, he twisted his body and flew to a certain spot in the mountain forest. A moment later, Xiao Yan landed on a cliff. All around him was a lush mountain forest. At the end of his sight, he could clearly see the outline of the interior of the Xiao clan. Behind him was a towering mountain. Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist and smiled with satisfaction. After which, he found a relatively flat rock and sat down. After which, he flipped his hand and a palm-sized jade token landed in his hand. It was the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that Ouyang Miao had given him back in Shuyang City. 8 Emperor Seal Arts. Hopefully it will give me an extraordinary surprise. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the jade token in his hand. A fiery heat involuntarily rose in his heart. Although he did not know much about Do skills, he was aware of their strength. The Emperor Seal Arts that was famous in the Gu clan back then was already this powerful. Now that the 8 Emperor Seal Arts that had been improved, its strength would naturally be even greater. Now that it had landed in his hands, he naturally had to properly practice it. Xiao Yan lifted the jade token in his hand. A thought passed through his mind and a thread of spiritual strength swiftly entered the jade token. His eyes were slightly shut and a thought passed through his mind. A wave of information was transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind following the insertion of his spiritual strength. Xiao Yan carefully studied the information within the jade token. A long while later he finally slowly opened his eyes. A glint immediately flashed across his dark black eyes. The joy in his heart became even denser. This 8 Emperor Seal Arts was definitely an improved version of the Emperor Seal Arts. This was especially the case for the last 3 seals, the Mountain River Seal, Chengkuan Seal, and Sky Seal. The strength of these seals could not be said to be just a little bit stronger. Just a simple seal had a strength comparable to a man class, spirit class, and E-class Do skill. If one were to think through the seals and merge the 8 seals into one, their strength would be comparable to the legendary Shen class Do skill. The 8 Emperor Seal Arts could not be said to be weak. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to rejoice the most was that the prerequisite to practicing the last 3 seals was to use the first 5 seals as a foundation. Fortunately, even though the practice method of the first 5 seals had been changed, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to master them within a short period of time given his own familiarity with the Emperor Seal Arts. As for the last 3 seals, as a high-class Do skill, one needed to grasp its essence in order to be able to unleash its true strength. Xiao Yan was completely confident about this point. From a certain point of view, the birth of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts could be considered a derivative of the Emperor Seal Arts. Everything in the world sought its foundation. Xiao Yan had even mastered the Emperor Seal Arts. It was naturally not difficult for him to practice the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor Seal Arts. Hugh! After a long time, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and put away the jade scroll. He slowly exhaled and closed his eyes again. With a thought, information slowly flowed into his heart. Xiao Yan lifted his hands and his 10 fingers moved together, forming a series of seals at his fingertips. A familiar yet slightly different Emperor Seal art was activated by Xiao Yan. At the same time, Genesis Chi undulations that were even more powerful than before swiftly gathered between his hands. Open Mountain Seal. Overturning Sea Seal. Earth Overturning Seal. Sky Submerging Seal. Ancient Emperor Seal. Xiao Yan roared in his heart as the 5 seals merged into one. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly opened as boundless Genesis Chi condensed into a mysterious hand seal in his palms. At the same time, an intense light surged as his hands suddenly pushed forward. With a loud boom, they shattered the space in front of him and slammed into a boulder in the forest below. Boom! A heavy explosion abruptly sounded, causing the forest to collapse as a flock of startled birds flew into the sky. However, Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about this at this moment. His gaze landed on the spot where the hand seal had landed as joy flowed out in his eyes. Disregarding everything else, just the 5 seals that had been roughly formed were far more powerful than the Emperor Seal art of the past. This level was already not inferior to an ordinary human tier Do skill. If the last 3 seals of the 8 Emperor Seal arts were added, one could easily imagine how powerful they would be. Xiao Yan softly chuckled. He withdrew his gaze and raised his hands once again, forming a series of chaotic and strange hand seals in front of him. Wave after wave of ferocious energy gathered once again. Although the path of cultivation was about progressing step by step, it was naturally best to strike while the iron was hot since it was a Do skill. This was especially so since the clan gathering was approaching. It was always good to have an additional trump card. While Xiao Yan was immersed in his training of the 8 Emperor Seal arts, the strange medicinal pill that had merged the medicinal powers of the 2 pills in his storage ring was undergoing a strange fusion at this moment. A completely new power was stealthily gathering within the pill. Chapter 1452. The Back Mountain of the Xiao Clan. Lush green trees covered the vast mountain forest like an ocean, stretching as far as the eye could see. Somewhere deep in the mountains, on top of a cliff, the black-robed young man sat upright on top of a huge rock. His face was calm as he raised both of his hands to his chest. His 10 fingers linked together and many mysterious seals flew out. After a short while, the young man suddenly pushed both of his hands forward, and an explosive shout came from his mouth. 8 Arts of the Emperor Seal, Mountain River Seal. As his shout faded, the powerful palm imprint, wrapped in powerful Genesis Chi, dashed towards the space in front of it. When it reached a distance of several dozen feet, the palm imprint that had broken through space suddenly exploded with a thought from the young man, releasing an astonishing amount of energy that swept away the surrounding forest, creating a huge empty space below. Soil was sent flying as trees were uprooted. Just the aftershocks were already so powerful. Just how earth-shattering would it be if the young man used his full strength? Xiao Yan's face finally revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the large empty space in the mountain forest below that had been swept away. After a couple of days of training, he had finally completely mastered the Mountain River Seal, the last 3rd seal of the 8 seals of the God Seal. He had only used 30% of his strength, yet he was able to obtain such an effect. It could be considered quite good. Xiao Yan retracted his hand and exhaled. He didn't rush to continue training. Instead, he stood up and looked towards the Xiao clan as he prepared to leave. After several days of repeated training, the Mountain River Seal had achieved remarkable results. The coordination between Genesis Chi and the hand seal had reached the peak, and it would be extremely difficult for him to make another breakthrough. As for the other 2 seals, Xiao Yan didn't intend to practice them before he fully digested and familiarized himself with the Mountain River Seal. After all, he couldn't rush for results. His efforts during this period of time might produce miraculous results, but if he blindly fought without moderation, things would only move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and flew in the direction he came from. However, it was at this moment that BZZ BZZ BZZ. The storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger suddenly vibrated violently as a powerful force erupted from within. The storage ring showed signs of exploding. This sudden unexpected change caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to change drastically. A thought passed through his mind only to discover that the storage ring was no longer under his control. Only then did he hurriedly maneuver his spiritual strength and extend it into it. After a quick search, he took out a shattered jade box. This is... The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately stiffened when he saw the jade box in front of him. This jade box was surprisingly the jade box that contained the merged medicinal pill. The current riot was caused by this box. The moment Xiao Yan opened the jade box, a shocking energy appeared to have broken through its final restraint as it suddenly swept out from within. Xiao Yan was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was forced back 1,000 feet by this shocking energy. Only then did he stabilize his body with a solemn expression. After which, he immediately raised his head and looked at the spot where the energy had swept out. When Xiao Yan raised his head, a shockingly black fog-like energy ripple once again swept over. The originally lush green mountain forest was swiftly covered by a layer of dark black color wherever it passed. Large patches of trees swiftly turned dark black. Immediately they shattered like charcoal. Even some of the trees that were a little further away gradually turned yellow until they turned into withered trees. Shock immediately surged into Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this scene. His expression changed and a heavenly flame suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. It incinerated the black fog that was pouncing over into nothingness. Soon after, the black fog scattered and revealed the thing within it. Only then did Xiao Yan clearly see that the thing that was exposed in the air at this very moment was none other than Bai Hua. Bai Hua, you are still alive. When he saw Bai Hua, Xiao Yan's face was initially filled with joy. However, he quickly frowned and the expression on his face changed. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly stopped. The grave expression on his face did not decrease but instead increased. His entire heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, Bai Hua still looked the same as before. However, her white clothes were pitch black. Other than a pair of eyes that showed a strange white color, there was not a trace of white on her body. Even her demeanor and aura were like two different people. When he sensed this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but thump. In an instant he seemed to have understood something. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Bai Hua, who was in the sky above the mountain forest. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Even the movements of his hands had involuntarily froze. At this very moment, Bai Hua was just like a monster that had taken over his body. Other than this seemingly familiar body, everything within it, regardless of soul or aura, no longer belonged to Bai Hua. The person in front of him was a monster that Xiao Yan was most familiar with. Why is it like this? After suddenly coming to a realization, Xiao Yan's face instantly turned pale. His eyes stared blankly at that body. For a moment, his mind was completely blank. He did not dare to believe and could not believe that someone who was so important to him would end up in such a state. Qi. However, compared to the current Xiao Yan, that Bai Hua did not contain a trace of emotion. If one had to say that there was any emotion, then there was only a cold killing intent. The moment the void was torn apart, Bai Hua's body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Her 5 fingers were pressed together and a strange pitch-black energy covered them. A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded out as it tore apart the void and fiercely stabbed toward Xiao Yan's throat. However, even at this moment, Xiao Yan was still absent-minded about the emotions in his heart. The appearance of the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua when they had accompanied him, the emotions and hot-bloodedness at that time, the deep friendship of the past slowly surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he could only allow the ruthless hand to fiercely stab towards him. Qi. Almost at the same time, when the palm was still a couple of inches away from Xiao Yan's throat, a golden-colored barrier appeared in front of Xiao Yan out of nowhere. The ferociously piercing palm also suddenly paused at this moment. Bai Hua's body was startled as she stood in the empty air. The tip of her palm was less than an inch away from the golden-colored barrier. After which, bang! The barrier was ruthlessly pierced through by the pitch-black hand. Xiao Yan, who was behind it, was also gently pushed back by a hand at this moment. At the same time, the other hand landed on Bai Hua's chest. The force in the palm slightly exploded and forced her back. Under the sunlight, a handsome face was revealed. It was Xiao Xian. Chapter 1453. What's going on? Xiao Xian furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at Bai Hua, whose temperament had changed drastically. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was at a loss and could not help but ask. I don't know. Bai Hua he. Xiao Yin replied in a daze. In the next instant he seemed to have recalled something and abruptly returned to his senses. When he lifted his head, he saw Bai Hua twisting its body once again. As it roared furiously, a surge of pitch-black energy crazily surged out from its body. An extremely powerful force also immediately erupted. Bai Hua. Xiao Yin, who had recovered, saw this manner of Bai Hua. At the same time that his heart was anxious, his mouth also hurriedly cried out, hoping that he could use this to help her recover her consciousness. Unfortunately, the latter was no longer the original Bai Hua with the exception of this body. The current her was merely a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. This explosive cry of Xiao Yin not only did not cause her to calm down, it had instead angered the monster that was hidden within this body. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar sounded. The body of Bai Hua shook abruptly. Her feet stepped on empty air and her body immediately turned into a dark black lightning. At the same time that she shot explosively toward Xiao Yin, a strange dark black energy suddenly agglomerated in her hands, transforming into two light clusters that violently shot toward the latter. Xiao Yan's expression was instantly replaced by a solemnness as he eyed the two enormous light clusters that shot explosively toward him. The current Bai Hua had already become a completely foreign monster. This kind of ferocious attack was even stronger than Xiao Lei's a couple of months ago. If he were to be even a little careless, he would end up in a miserable state. This also proved that the one who was currently controlling this body was the monster that had mutated from the creation pill. This point had coincidentally struck a sore spot in Xiao Yan's heart. Bang bang. While Xiao Yan was absent-minded, two muffled explosions suddenly sounded in front of him. Two invisible sword glows slashed apart the incoming black balls of light. Xiao Xian's somewhat stern low shout was also transmitted over. What are you doing? Even if you want to wake Bai Hua up, the first thing you should do is to control it and not allow it to continue wreaking havoc. If something happens, neither you nor I will be able to save it. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Only then did he completely recover. He raised his head and looked over, only to see Xiao Xian's hands swiftly changing seals. A thought immediately passed through his heart. His gaze quickly landed on Bai Hua. He hesitated for a moment before violently clenching his teeth. A fury suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. Both of his hands involuntarily clenched tightly. Fine. Since I can't wake you, I'll wake you. Xiao Yan's grave expression immediately turned cold the moment his words sounded. His body shook violently as surging Genesis Chi immediately surged out from within his body. The footsteps of his feet changed as he used the absolute sky steps in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, his body strangely appeared beside Bai Hua. Bang! His fist viciously swung down. However, it was caught by a strange pitch-black hand just as it was about to land on Bai Hua. What? Xiao Yan's eyes abruptly widened when his attack was blocked. When he lifted his head, he saw a sinister smile on the monster's face. It seemed to be rather pleased with itself as a punch suddenly came crashing down. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that his fist was tightly grabbed, there was no way to dodge. Even with Xiao Yan's abilities, there was nothing he could do. Xiao Yan's breathing turned a little sluggish as he stared at the pitch-black fist that was rapidly growing in his eyes. An aura of imminent death lingered in his heart. Clang. A split second later, the monster's fist was intercepted once again. The monster's expression froze for a moment. Its eerily white eyes swept around, only to find a golden-purple puppet that had blocked the punch with its steel body. This puppet was none other than the North King. This was the only method Xiao Yan could think of in this moment of desperation. However, roar. The monster opened its mouth, and a black pillar of light immediately shot out. With a single attack, the North King's body was instantly sent flying. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Huan was unable to force back the North King with his full strength. Yet, in front of the monstrous Bai Hua, it had been sent flying with a single attack. Such power was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had also managed to escape from the monster's grasp in this short period of time. As he stared at the North King that had been sent flying, a grave expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face once again. The power that Bai Hua had unleashed was far more terrifying than he had imagined. To be able to send the North King flying with a single attack, such strength was likely at least at the level of a 6-star origin sect. On the other side, Xiao Xian was still condensing the formation in his hand. It seemed that he still needed some time. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. The North King who had been sent flying once again shot over. It stood in the air and stared at the monster with Xiao Yan. As he recalled the previous scene, Xiao Yan clearly understood that with his current strength, he clearly had no chance of victory against the monster in front of him. He could only hope that the North King's presence could stall for time until Xiao Yan finished condensing the formation. Roar! However, this time the monster seemed to have understood Xiao Yan's current actions. A trace of craftiness appeared in its eerily white eyes as it faced Xiao Yan and the North King, who were gradually encircling it. As the two cautiously advanced, it slowly retreated. Immediately after, under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, it suddenly turned around and swiftly charged into the forest. From the looks of it, it was planning to escape. Damn it! Don't even think about escaping. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became anxious in the face of this sudden scene. The Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated as he gave chase. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking muffled explosion was suddenly emitted from the mountain forest. Soon after, Bai Hua, who had just turned around and fled, was instantly blasted into the sky by a powerful force. Boom! A human figure suddenly appeared in the sky. After which, he randomly stomped his foot down. The monster's body appeared to have suffered a serious injury as it crashed to the ground. It was smashed deep into the soil. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly saw the face of the person who had attacked. Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Yan roared. He never imagined that Xiao Dingtian would suddenly appear. Once Bai Hua fell into his hands, there would be no hope of saving her. This old man is carrying out his duty to eliminate all internal and external troubles in the clan. This beast is wild and difficult to tame, so it's better not to have it. Since little friend Xiao Yan can't deal with it, let this old man do it for you. The corner of Xiao Dingtian's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile as he eyed Xiao Yan, who was rushing over. When the latter heard these words, the fury in his heart could not be any greater. Immediately he could not resist roaring out. You dare! As his voice faded, Xiao Dingtian pressed two fingers together and viciously swung them downwards. A beam of light shot out and instantly pierced Bai Hua's heart,